been 783 days since we crowned Lavington the premiers of the SSNA Ovens and Murray. On the same day, the Wangaratta Magpies became the queens of the courts. Fast forward to today, we still don't have any new premiers. Jared Hodgkin is still the Morris medalist. Sophie Hanrahan, the Toni Wilson medalist. So much has happened since we last had a night like this. In a year of highs and lows, there's so many great things to celebrate. Some of the biggest marks we've ever seen in the competition.
Oh, Sedgwick up over the top, takes one of the marks of the season.
Some of the best goals.
Allen gets it back. He keeps on going. Banana from Daniel. What big
Some of the best moments.
panic. Well done, Jack Jewish. Here comes Daniels. Open goal. Daniels goes bang.
We also had massive crowds attend some of our biggest games. We also had games with not a single soul in the crowd. Can Sophie Hanrahan claim her third Toni Wilson medal? Or will Sarah Sanini wind back the clock in her new colours? Perhaps a new face, like the sharpshooter Grace Senior from Corowa? Or will a youngster come from the clouds to claim the Ovens and Murray's highest netball honour? In a year without a grand final, the Morris medal has to be the pinnacle of success. Perhaps our winner comes from Wangaratta, a Rover, or a Magpie. Can Dawson Simpson or Tom Goodwin become the first ruckman to win it in over a decade? Or will one of the star coaches of the competition claim its highest honour? It's important that we get together and celebrate the highs. We will have a Toni Wilson medalist. We will have a new Morris medalist. And that's what tonight's all about. Welcome to the 2021 Morris Medal.
Event again for the Ovens and Murray, and I'm really looking forward to tonight, and I hope you guys are as well. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the SSNA Ovens and Murray Football and Netball League, I'd like to welcome you to our 2021 Morris Medal and Toni Wilson Medal Camp. What an incredibly challenging 2 years that has been for us all. Our work, our social lives and community sport have been impacted, and we're all getting used to a new COVID normal. When we started our home and away season this year, we planned on returning to as much normality as possible. However, as the season unfolded, we didn't know where we'd be on grand final day or if we'd be able to get there. As it turned out, we managed to play 13 rounds and for the second year in a row, we were unable to complete a final series. And to put that into some perspective, the last 2 seasons the league should have completed 1,344 games of football and netball, and we've managed to get through just 455. That's a massive amount of football and netball taken away due to the pandemic. This year has been a much greater challenge than 2020, not just for football and netball, but for the entire community. The Delta strain has been less forgiving and more relentless than last year's challenges, and the situation has changed day by day and at times hour by hour. I can't thank enough our clubs, participants, volunteers and supporters as we've navigated our way through lockdowns, border closures, crowd caps, no crowds, fixtures that were changed at a moment's notice. We're always hopeful of reaching and playing what would have been a magnificent football and netball final series, but in the end, the pandemic hijacked community sport right across the state. I would personally like to thank our clubs and in particular our presidents for their willingness to adapt, make change and do whatever it was going to take to keep the season moving. They at times had to put the interests of their own club aside for the greater good of the competition, and I can't thank them enough for that. It's abundantly clear that the league could not have survived the last 2 years without the generous support of our sponsors and partners. The O&M has, for 21 years, had the privilege of a wonderful partner in the SSNA Club, and over that period we've forged one of the great regional sporting partnerships. We're extremely grateful to Chairman Eddie Dunlop, CEO Gerard Darmody and the board of the SSNA Club for their continued support of our great competition, and I'd like to welcome them here this evening along with a number of their board. Thank you guys. Johnson's MMA have for 10 years been a wonderful supporter of our netball competition, and I'd like to welcome Steve Clark and Brendan McLean here tonight representing that organisation. From Morris Wines, David Morris representing the Morris family and will present tonight's Morris Medal. We can't thank them enough for their ongoing support, which they've been involved with the league, or the Morris Medal has been presented for now well in excess of 80 years. I'd also like to welcome Toni Wilson, who will tonight present the medal struck in her honour, and to the winner of the Johnson's MMA A-grade Best and Fairest. From 1494 2OY, I'd like to welcome Andrew Harrison and Matt Fowler, Andrew Moyer, Georgia Smith, James Wiltshire and Steve Turvitt from the Border Mail, Ian Gambold and John Clohessy from Oak FM, Dean Stone, I haven't seen him in the room, but I believe he's here tonight, wearing a couple of hats, obviously here as the former coach of Wangaratta, but also representing CUB. I'd also like to welcome Shane Watson from Belgravia Sports Apparel, distributors of the New Balance brand. They are our new and recently acquired partner and will provide the league with all our on-field apparel. They've just signed off an agreement that'll take us through for the next 10 years. Thank you, Shane, and welcome to this event and to the Ovens and Murray Football League. I'd like to welcome our Tribunal Secretary, Anthony Odwin, from AFL Victoria, John O'Donoghue, from AFL North East Border, Zach Guilfoyle, and from AFL North East Border umpires, Michael Bouquet, and also from the Albury-Wodonga Junior Football League, their president, and also president of the Cora Football Club in Stuart Lingham. Adam Strang is here with us tonight representing the Strang family and presenting the Doug Strang Medal to the leading goal kicker, and also Fred Longmire representing his son John and presenting the John Longmire Medal to the leading goal kicker of the under-18 competition. There are a number of apologies. I'll quickly run through these. Justin Clancy, member for Albury, member for Farrer, Susan Lee, member for Benambra, Bill Tilley, member for Ovens Valley, Tim McCurdy, Alex Hill from Collins Food, the parent company of KFC, Mick Blomley and Alicia Maruda from McRae Motors, Mandy Goyne from Sullivan's Hair and Beauty, Lindy Withers and Rani McCauley from Bendigo Bank, Matt Connell from Optus, Robbie Allen from Road Safe North East, and John Byrne, chairman of AFL North East Border. We also have three directors that are apologies tonight: David Morris, Jamie Ramage and Gavin Cater. To our business partners, I thank you. We have many valued partners and sponsors and we couldn't have a league that we have without their support, and they include our ball sponsor KFC, McRae Motors, CUB, Optus, Bendigo Bank, Dutch Media, Health Focus Physiotherapy, Lawrence and Hanson, Roadsafe Northeast, Sullivan's Hair and Beauty, Coronet Jewellers, BJ Burton Trophies, Microsoft DPS, and of course, Morris Wines. I'd also like to acknowledge the print and electronic media. We can't thank them enough. They include Prime 7, 1494 2AY and their sister station 3NE, the Border Mail, Oak FM, Wangaratta Chronicle, Yarrawonga Chronicle, the Corowa Free Press, the Myrtleford Times, Southern Cross Austereo, All In Sports, 107.3 REM, and in particular Ron Montgomery and his team for their Saturday morning show, 105.7 Triple M and ABC Golden Murray. To our board, I thank you for your support, help and assistance you've given me across an incredibly difficult 2 years. This year will see the retirement of Deputy Chair Kim Odwin after 15 years service to the League. Kim has given enormous time and energy across this period and done a tremendous job advocating for both netball and football. Kim's first love, after Anthony, of course, is netball, and the O&M netball competition is the outstanding competition that it is today because of administrators like Kim and the tireless work that she's done over a long period of time. Well done, and thank you, Kim Odwin. We've also added 2 new board members this year. One who just presented me with that water, which I so dearly needed. Thanks, Alison. Alison Butler and Gavin Cater. Alison's a local lawyer. Gavin, a former rural city of Wodonga CEO, bring with them a strong business acumen and a skill set that's really added value to our board. Other board members here with us this evening are David Kefford, Des Lonigan and Ken Jasper, AM. We have a strong, experienced and energetic board, and I thank you all for your contribution across the year. I'd also like to welcome the Chair of the Netball Subcommittee in Tamara Matthews, who together with her team have ensured that the Ovens and Murray netball competition continues to grow and prosper and is recognised as one of the elite competitions across regional Victoria and southern New South Wales. I want to thank our Tribunal Chairman in Wayne Taylor and Secretary Anthony Odwin and the Tribunal members for the thankless but necessary job that those guys do. To our netball and football umpires led by Peter Andruski and Chrissy Baum, we thank you and know that we wouldn't have a game of football and netball without you. The live streaming of football has given the league a whole new worldwide audience, and this year through Steve Murphy's All In Sports platform we've been able to live stream an A-grade netball match each round. This, together with the live weekly coverage of games through 2AY, 3NE, Oak FM and the O&M footy show on REM, gives the league a staggering amount of exposure, and we are incredibly thankful for it. I'd like to pass on my heartfelt thanks to the league staff in General Manager Craig Miller, Operation Manager Greg Dawson and Bookkeeper Karen Walters, who just do an outstanding job in the day-to-day running of the competition. Craig replaced Sean Barrett in March of this year, and I'm sure those of you that have interacted with Craig would agree that he brings a wonderful energy to the role and a new level of professionalism. Unfortunately, Dorso, after 8 years, has announced his retirement and has finished up with the league in the ops role and has been replaced by 2AY boundary rider, of all people, Kane Arendasikas. Kane started with us last Monday. Dorso officially finished with us on October the 1st. On behalf of the league, I'd like to thank Dorso for the incredible amount of work he's done over the 8 years that he's been with the league, and we wish him well in his well-earned retirement. I'd also like to thank his wife, Pam, for allowing him to give of his time so freely, which is almost 24/7 across the season. Thanks, Dorso. And lastly, Karen Walters. Karen's been with us as a part-time bookkeeper for 18 years. She started with us in 2003 and will finish with the league at the end of this year. Many thanks to Karen for a dedicated service across a long period of time. I don't know what it is about Craig, but he's pushing these people out the door perhaps. But When it comes to community football and professionalism, the OMFNL is second to none, and this is largely due to our dedicated and talented staff. Unfortunately, this year, we weren't able to award premierships, but I'd like to congratulate Albury Tigers on finishing minor premiers in all three grades of football, an outstanding achievement. And in fact, they did that without losing a game of football in any grade in 2021. They've never won all three grades of football in 1 year, and I'm sure as a club they would be ruining that this opportunity was taken away from them. And I think you could, I'm sure there's plenty of other clubs in the room would have had a fair say in the way things had ended up, but no doubt Albury were well on their way to really giving that three football flags a nudge. To Cora Rutherglen, they came along in leaps and bounds the last few years and were denied an opportunity to avenge their grand final heartache of 2019. They finished minor premiers in both A and B grade and were on track to have a massive say in this year's outcome. Well done, Corowa. Yarrawonga finished minor premiers in C grade, and Wodonga Raiders were also undefeated and well on the way to success in the inaugural year of the under-17 netball competition. The achievements of all these clubs will be acknowledged tonight. Finally, I'd like to congratulate all our award winners. Please enjoy the evening. Put a full stop on 2021. Let's get on with 2022 and hopefully back to some sort of normality in what will be a post-COVID era. Have a great night. Thank you.
Thanks, Sinkers, and well said. We do need to acknowledge that 2021 wasn't quite the year we all expected, but we do have so many great things to celebrate this year, and we will kick the proceedings off, our first awards of the night, with the Netball Hot Shots. I'd like to call upon Netball Subcommittee Chair Tamara Matthews to the stage. Put your hands together for Tamara. And we'll kick things off with the under-17s Netball Hot Shots from the Albury Tigers with a percentage of 87%, Dior Dooley. From the C grade, from the Wangaratta Rovers with a percentage of 78, Cara O'Donoghue. In the B grade, and Zoe McClellish is an apology tonight with 84%. Good to have some representation from Corowa in the room. And unfortunately, in the A grade, Amy Antonello with 81% from Myrtleford is also an apology. So well done to both Amy and Zoe for their awards, the Netball Hot Shots. Thanks, Tamara. We'll move on now to the third leading goal kicker, which is the John Longmire Medal. I'll call upon the SSNA Ovens and Murray Director, Des Lonergan, to the stage to present this award. Of course, the John Longmire Medal, named after John, a former Corowa Rutherglen footballer, now achieving great things in the AFL system. He's a premiership player and a premiership coach. Now with the Sydney Swans, and the winner of the 2021 John Longmire Medal from the Corowa Rutherglen Football Club with 46 goals is Ryan Beveridge. Of course, with the departure of Kyle Doherty this year at Corowa Rutherglen, I'm sure there's a big spot at full forward as we head into season 2022 with Ryan's name written all over it. So well done to you, Ryan. We'll now move on to the reserves leading goal kicker. And it's the second year in a row from the Albury Tigers Football Club. Put your hands together for Colby Heine-Hennessy, who's finished the year with 33 goals. The second year Colby's taken out this award. Of course, when your football club is so strong, it is a testament to the depth of the Albury Tigers. For Colby not to find his way into the senior side on too many occasions this year shows how strong the Albury Tigers are going. So well done to you, Colby. And we'll move on to our Seniors Leading Goal Kicker Award, one of the most prestigious in the SSNA, Ovens and Murray. It is the Doug Strang Medal. And we have a tie this year at the top of the leaderboard. Please put your hands together for Michael Newton from the Wangaratta Magpies and Jacob Conlon from the Albury Tigers, finishing the year with 44 goals. Of course, Michael, no newcomer to this award. And we'll ask Kane to pass a microphone to Juice, as he's more commonly referred to say a few words. Juice, congratulations, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Of course, no newcomer to the Doug Strang Medal, but in a season that's been very different, you still found a way to get many avenues to goal.
Yeah, no, it was... Is that on?
We might try and turn it on again. We might have turned it off. Hit the little... We turn it off there, Des. Little red button on the side there, mate.
Is that on?
Yeah, we're on now.
Yeah, no, it was a very interesting year, but we were grateful as players to be able to get a few games away, and it was unfortunate the year ended for all grades, and but old guys like me, the COVID breaks were pretty good, splitting the season up, so I was able to get most games out. I missed one, I think, so it was good. It was a good year and pretty even competition all around.
A few partners in crime joined you this year. Josh Porter, who has recently announced he'll be going back to Werribee, but Ben Reid, and a lot of people dubbed at the start of the season that the Wangaratta Magpies to be too tall, they'd be hard to kick goals, and you guys certainly found a way. Talk us through what it was like in the pre-season and building some continuity with your key tools around you.
Yeah, it was the first couple of rounds. It was pretty tough because obviously there was lots of options, and I found myself with Reedy down there, like we didn't really fly against each other too much, so we sort of took probably 4 or 5 games to find our feet. But once we got things rolling, things started to work pretty well. And unfortunately, I think Ben only played 7 games, and so things are looking good for next year. So hopefully we can get a good start in a full season. One
more year at least left in Wangaratta colours.
No, I've got plenty of years, mate. I'm only 35 next year, so I want to get to 100 games at the footy club. That's an achievement I want to do. So I think I'm around about 75 or so. So the way I play 6 games a year might take another 5 or 6 years, mate.
The 2021 Doug Strang Medal. Put your hands together for Michael Juice Newton from the Wangaratta Magpies and Jacob Conlon, who unfortunately can't be in the room tonight. Well done to Michael. And thank you to Des and for presenting the award. We'll move on now to the Netball Sullivan's Hair and Beauty Award. And this award is voted for by opposition coaches. Each game, a coach will vote the best player from the opposition side. A winner claims 2 votes. And at the end of the year, we have an accumulated total to announce the winners. And once again, a big shout out to Sullivan's Hair and Beauty for their ongoing support of the SSNA, Ovens and Murray, and the Netball Award. I'd like to call upon Ovens and Murray Life member and Hall of Famer Paula Carey to the stage to present these awards. And we will kick things off with the under-17s. From the Myrtleford Alpine Saints, please put your hands together for Evie Hughes. The C-Grade Award comes from the Wangaratta Rovers. Put your hands together for Cara O'Donoghue. Moving on to the B grade, from the Lavington Panthers, Taylor Fursborough. And finally, from the A grade, I'm sure this one will be no surprise. From the Corowa Rutherglen Netball Club, put your hands together for Grace Senior. We'll just let Grace finish off that entree serve. Grace, congratulations. Many dubbed tonight, you coming in as one of the favourites for the Toni Wilson medal, but you must be really thrilled to accept this award and something that's voted on behalf of the opposition coaches. So you're not only well recognised at Corowa, but also widely across the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so humbled to receive this award, especially from Paula Carey. She's like my second mother, which is nice to receive this. I wasn't expecting it, which is really humbling, and yeah.
During the year, Grace, and I hope you don't mind me bringing this up, you opened up to the public about your mental health and some of the hardships you've been through and what a great community club Corowa Rutherglen is. Talk us through how you refound your love for netball at Corowa.
Well, hats off to the Corowa girls. They are my girls. I've enjoyed my time at Corowa thoroughly, and they support me immensely through my netball, and it's good, like with the drive to Corowa, I can kind of settle down before netball and, you know, listen to some music, and it does help with everything, and yeah.
An outstanding year as goal shooter. I think on track to have a record year before we had 5 games cut short. Is there still the burning desire at Corowa to claim that netball A-grade premiership so close in 2019 and you're still banging on the door?
Yeah, absolutely. 2022 is the goal. It's everyone's goal to win an A-grade premiership, so fingers crossed we can pull it through next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Sullivan's Hair and Beauty Award from the Corowa Rutherglen Netball Club, Grace Senior. Thanks, Dave. Congratulations to Grace, and thank you to Paula for presenting the awards. I'd now like to call upon the SSNA Ovens and Murray Director, Mr. David Kefford, to the stage as we present the McRae Motors Thirds Player of the Year. Put your hands together for David, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, McRae Motors have been a long-term partner of the SSNA Ovens and Murray, and it's great to announce they have signed on for another 3 years to be a proud partner of our great football netball competition. The winner of the McRae Motors Thirds Player of the Year comes from the Wangaratta Rovers Football Club. Put your hands together for Alex McCarthy. Of course, the Rovers have had a massive rise across the last 3 seasons, with senior coach Darren Creswell taking the reins, and part of that comes all the way down to the youth that the Wangaratta Rovers have, and I'm sure there's going to be a few players that are coming through this thirds program, including Alex, who will push their way into senior football. Put your hands together for Alex McCarthy, ladies and gentlemen. Our next award to present is the Oak FM Player of the Year. Of course, Oak FM, one of our great media partners in the SSNA Ovens and Murray. I'd like to call upon Ian Gambold, one of the commentators at Oak, to present this award. And I believe it's the first time this player's won it. He's in the room tonight in his new colours in season 2021. The winner of the Oak FM Player of the Year from the Wodonga Raiders is Isaac Muller. Well done to Isaac. Really rediscovered some of his best form this year in his new colours at the Birrelea Park. So well done to Isaac. I'll come over to say a few words, big fella. Welcome, Isaac, and congratulations, mate. It's great to be recognised by some of our media partners as the best player in the competition. And like I said before, you certainly refound your best form in new colours at the Birrelea Park.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to OMFNL. I'm certainly not the best player in the comp. There's a lot better players in the room and in the competition than me, but happened to string a few good games together, and I thank the Wodonga Raiders Footy Club for the year we've had.
Obviously, mate, it was a tough season. As a ruckman, it's very hard to keep your body fit and up for the whole season. You've certainly had your challenges along the way. How had you found the interrupted pre-season and then the interrupted home and away season?
Yeah, look, sitting on a header all summer's not real good for the body, but took me a while to get into it. But it's been a bit of a challenge. One really good thing for the O&M is that we've seen some great ruckmen come into the competition in Dawson Simpson and Tom Goodwin. So that's a really great achievement for the O&M to draw these sorts of players.
And who was your best battle against? You mentioned Dawson Simpson, Tom Goodwin, two of the fancies for tonight's Morris medal, but you also casted some of our local boys like Tim Hanna, Lockie Howe at Yarrawonga. We've got an abundance of ruckmen. What's it like each and every week coming up against mountain men of the competition?
Yeah, it's a bit of a battle. Probably Lockie's nearly one of my hardest, sort of very similar height and weight sort of situation. So being able to battle him's a bit of a battle, but look, you could throw a blanket over them all. They're all pretty good.
Well, Isaac, congratulations on winning the Oak FM Player of the Year, and we look forward to seeing what 2022 has in store. So well done to Isaac, and thanks to Oak FM for their ongoing support of the SSNA Ovens and Murray. Our next award to present is the Peter Bruin Award, which is the Volunteer of the Year. And I'd like to call upon the SSNA Ovens and Murray Chairman, Mr. David Sinclair, to the stage to present this award. Of course, the late Peter Bruin was a long-time volunteer of the SSNA Ovens and Murray. And this award was introduced in 2001, and some previous winners are in the room in Anthony Odoin and Oak FM's Ian Gambold. Please welcome David Sinclair to the stage.
Thanks, Gus. The SSNA Ovens and Murray Football and Netball League has been fortunate to have access to many volunteers at both club and league level who've given enormous support to the O&M across many years. This year's recipient of the Peter Bruin Volunteer of the Year Award began his contribution as a member of the tribunal in 2005 and took over from David Iverson, also a former Peter Bruin Award winner, as tribunal chairman in 2013. His contribution has been invaluable over a 16-year period, and his legal skills as a police prosecutor have proven exemplary and a great benefit to everyone. As a tribunal chair, he is extremely fair, sticks to the facts, and ensures due process. And I'm sure there's plenty in this room that would hopefully agree with that. He's dealt with some larger-than-life personalities over his time, including player advocate Ian Finlay and former North Albury coach Jason Ackermanis, just to name a few. He's a humble recipient who has never wanted public thanks for his work, the work he's done, and will continue to support the league through his thankless work on the tribunal. It is with great pleasure that the SSNA Ovens and Murray Football and Netball League present the Peter Bruin Award for Volunteer of the Year to Wayne Taylor. And I'd like to call, Wayne's not with us tonight, and I'd like to call on Tribunal Secretary Anthony Odoin to accept the award on Wayne's behalf. Thanks, Otis.
Yeah, look, Wayne, it's a pretty thankless task, but the professionalism that he brings to our tribunal is second to none. There's been those advocates that have come up from Melbourne, and they're very complimentary of the job that he does and the way he leads I'm sure anyone who has been at our tribunal has maybe not happy with their decision, but at least they were given every opportunity. He lives by the book. A number of times he would have liked to have given out lesser sentences or whatever, but he lives by the iPad of what the AFL have dictated to us, and he hands out that whatever it is. But he will be very honoured to receive this, and he's over at the coast at the moment, and I'll make sure he gets at another smaller ceremony at one of the hotels in Wodonga. Thank you.
Thanks, David. And a big shout out to Wayne once again. And a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you are in the room tonight and you've got some friends and family that can't be here, make sure you let them know about the live stream, and you can jump on Twitter and have your say using the hashtag OMFNL. We'd love to hear some thoughts on who people think will win tonight's awards. So feel free to have your say. The next one that will be presenting is the Netball Umpire of the Year. I'd like to call upon the Ovens and Murray Director once again, Des Lonigan, to present this award. And the winner is Michelle Wilson. Michelle's an experienced umpire in the competition and a devotion, and the way she mentors the youngsters coming through the programs is absolutely superb. I'm not sure if Michelle is in the room tonight. She's not here, so we'll pass on our congratulations to Michelle, Des, and we'll move on. Chrissy Bowen might be in the room as well to accept the award. So well done to Michelle, and a big shout out to Chrissy. Thank you for accepting this award. As we turn our attention to the Football Umpire of the Year, and those that play in the competition will certainly know that this man is destined for great things. It's an absolute luxury to have an umpire of this quality in our competition for the 5th year in a row. Put your hands together for Jason Rain, the Football Umpire of the Year. I'd like to call upon Michael Buckets Bouquet to the stage to accept this award on behalf of Jason. Thanks, Buckets. And thank you to you, Des. Our next award to present is the Netball Club Championship, which is the Anne Lawrence Trophy. And I'd like to call upon Mr. David Kefford once again to the stage to help present this award. Each week in the competition, every netball grade that is played accumulates 2 points for a win, and the overall winner is declared the Ants Lauren Trophy recipient. This year, the winner is the Yarrawonga Netball Club, and I'd like to call upon Scott Pendergast to receive this award. And good to hear Scott's had a warm welcome from the boys on the Yarrawonga table. I think this one might have been a little bit of a stitch-up, but well done to Yarrawonga. They've had a cracking season across the courts and are destined for big things in season 2022. So thank you to Scott for accepting this award. And the next one is the Football Club Championship. Once again, 2 points are awarded for each win in every grade of football. And of course, this is dubbed the Cleaver Bunton Cup. Cleaver Bunton, a long-time administrator with the SSNA Ovens and Murray, and it is only fitting that a Hall of Famer has this award named in his honour. It's no surprise that this year's winner of the Cleaver Bunton Cup is the Albury Tigers Football Club, and I'd like to call upon Gavin Brown to the stage, the president of the Albury Tigers, to accept this award. Apologies, Brownie, I just called you by the wrong first name. I'll get you to come say a few words.
Thanks, Gus. Thank God it's me and not Shooter up here.
I think Shooter will have his say when the Albury Tigers host Nathan Buckley in a couple weeks' time, which is going to be a cracking event for the Albury Tigers. But Brownie, let's touch on Albury's success this year. You appointed new co-coaches in Luke Daly and Anthony Miles, and your football program certainly reaped the rewards.
Yeah, look, it's a credit to the guys, and not only Luke and Milesy going around again, but Stewie Thompson's committed to the seconds and Tommy to the third. So it's really great.
One of the brilliant things about the Albury Tigers this year is not only some of the brilliant recruits you brought to the football club, but the juniors you brought back and the development of some young players like Fletcher Carroll, Ben Kelly. Seems the Albury Tigers found the right mix this year of youth experience, recruits and local boys.
Yeah, look, it's a real focus for us, and always has been really. But as you know, you have periods where a lot of boys sort of leave for whatever reason, whether they go to play at a higher level or they're going to uni and that sort of thing. Great to have some back. Interesting next year, you know, I think we've got 10 or 12 top age thirds coming through, so they'll get their opportunities, which is great to see.
And I'll get you to stay on stage, Brownie, for a little bit longer as we award the overall club championship in the SSNA Ovens and Murray. And this once again goes to the Albury Tigers Football Netball Club. So well done to you, Brownie, and well done to the Albury Tigers on a terrific season 2021. Since the award's inception in 2010, this is the 6th time the Albury Tigers have claimed the award. Brownie, welcome back, and once again your success is not only on the football field, it's on the netball courts and as a club overall.
Look, as a football netball club, this is something that we really take a lot of pride in, to be able to have a great program within both areas of this community sport, the Ovens and Murray competition. And it's something that, it's a credit to all our participants that they put in the hard work, and it's a just reward for all that work that they put in throughout, not only just through the season, but all the pre-seasons. We're kicking off our football tonight. We're kicking off our trials for netball next week, and it's just reward for all those people that put in the hard yards.
Brownie, congratulations, and put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the Albury Tigers Football Netball Club. Our next award is brought to you guys by one of our great partners at the SSNA Ovens and Murray, and that is McRae Motors. I'd like to call back Deputy Chair of the SSNA Ovens and Murray, Kim Odoin, to the stage, alongside Tamara Matthews and Brendan McLean from Johnson's MME to present this award. The Netball Under-17's Best and Fairest. We have some very talented youngsters coming through in our inaugural season of the Under-17s. In equal 5th place from Corowat Rutherglen, Grace Kennedy. From the Wodonga Bulldogs, Elizabeth Murphy. And from the Wangaratta Rovers, Andrew Urabang. In equal 4th spot, both from the Albury Tigers, Lily Howe and Ali Fowler. In 3rd position from the Albury Tigers, Olivia Brunner. In 2nd place with 17 votes from the Wangaratta Rovers, Billy Stemmer. And I'd like to call upon the Under-17's Best and Fairest from the Wodonga Raiders is Kitely Willis. Kitely polled in 11 out of 13 games throughout season 2021, and that included 6 best on-court performances.
God. Shit. my God, this is a little bit scary up here, guys. As I promised, Mum, taking the photo right now, hello. I wish her, obviously, thanks, Mum. I couldn't do anything without you, and her partner, Darren, running me all over the countryside. You guys mean the world to me, so thank you. Obviously, Shaz, my loving coach, obviously couldn't do it without you, and I've never met a coach who cares for everyone as much as Shaz does. But yeah, and obviously Raiders as a whole, you guys are amazing to be a part of and wouldn't want to play for anyone else, so thanks, guys. But yeah, thank you.
Well done to you, Kitely, and well done to the Wodonga Raiders on a cracking season. Thanks to Kim and Tamara for presenting the awards as we turn our attention to the thirds best and fairest in the football, which is the Leo Dean Medal. I'd like to call upon Ovens and Murray director Ken Jasper to the stage as we... Ken might be out the back at the minute. He's here. Here he is. In fifth place, equal fifth from the Wodonga Raiders, Tom Ingram and Daniel Tidball from the Wangaratta Magpies. A surname very familiar with the Albury Tigers. In fourth place and on 13 votes is Isaac McGrath. Third place from the Wangaratta Rovers is Alex McCarthy. Second place on 15 votes from the Myrtleford Alpine Saints is Thomas Capillari. And the winner of the Leo Dean Medal from the Yarrawonga Football Club, polling 25 votes, is Ben Woodburn. Ben polled in 12 out of 13 possible games in the season 2021 that included 5 best on-ground performances, which is absolutely superb to poll in every game bar one. Put your hands together for Ben, ladies and gentlemen, as he makes his way to the stage. And well done to Ben, and I'm sure there's a few people that Ben would like to thank.
First of all, thanks SSNA for hosting tonight's evening. Ovens and Murray, for the year they've had with COVID and stuff, you did your best to have a season for us, so I appreciate it. To my 3 coaches, Scott Pendergast, Terry Cartwright and Craig Fromfelder. It was a hard year, but got through it with the lack of numbers we had, so appreciate it for everything you did for us. To club president, Ross Mulquinny, sort of had the perfect guy for the job this year. He's going to take the club to the right position, so future's bright for us, so thank you. To my teammates, it was sort of a hard year to be a part with, but we did our best and only 2 games out of the top 5, so thanks, boys. To Mum and Dad, thanks for coming tonight. Yeah, thanks for the support, I guess. To the boys on the table, you sort of sourced, but just want to say thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate it, and glad you came tonight. So thank you, boys. Thank you.
The 2021 Leo Dean Medal, Ben Woodburn. Congratulations to you, Ben. We'll get Ken to remain on stage as we present our next award, which is the C-Grade Best and Fairest, proudly sponsored by Johnson's MMA, another one of our great partners of the SSNA, Ovens and Murray. The C-Grade Netball in equal 5th place from the Lavington Panthers on 13 votes, Angela Kavanagh. And from Yarrawonga, Ella Martin. On 4th place with 14 votes from the Yarrawonga Pigeons, Amy Barnes. 3rd place, which was a tie between Lavington's Jessica Crocker and Macy Hicks from Yarrawonga. 2nd place from the Corowat Rutherglen Netball Club on 21 votes is Rebecca Cushett. And our winner from the Wangaratta Magpies, or the Wangaratta Rovers, I should say. Put your hands together for Cara O'Donoghue, who finished the year with 22 votes, polling in 9 out of a possible 13 games. Well done to you, Cara. Please make your way up on stage. Six best on-court performances for Cara this year in season 2021 helped the Wangaratta Rovers soar up the ladder in the C-grade competition. And thanks to Kim for presenting this year's award. We'll get Cara up to make a quick speech. I'm sure there's a few people you'd like to thank.
First of all, I'd just like to thank my coach, they're not here tonight, but Joe, also our head coach, my team, our club, the SSNA and Ovens and Murray for putting on tonight. And congratulations to all of the other award winners and good luck to everyone for the rest of the night.
Well done, Cara, and thanks to Johnson's MMA for their ongoing support of the SSNA, Ovens and Murray. Time now to turn our attention to the Leo Burke Medal, which is proudly sponsored by CUB. It's a shame Toni can't be in the room tonight. But we will award the Leo Burke Medal for the reserves best and fairest in season 2021. This one's bound to get a few laughs in the room, but also on the live stream back home. In 5th place, he's one of the favourites of the competition. From the Lavington Panthers, Adam Flagg has polled 7 votes. In 4th place from the Wodonga Bulldogs, Harry Kitching with 8. An equal 3rd, we have Chris Knowles from the Wangaratta Magpies and Max Hempel from Yarrawonga on 9 votes. 2nd, finishing on 10 votes from the Albury Tigers, is Angus Geddes. And the winner of the Leo Burke Medal from the Wangaratta Rovers Football Club is Mitchell Booth. Well done to Mitch. As he makes his way up on stage, great to see a few award winners from the Wangaratta Rovers in season 2021. They've had a tough couple of seasons. It's great to see them bounce back up the ladder. Well done to Mitchell, and I'm sure there's a few people that Mitchell would like to thank.
First of all, I just want to thank the Owens and Murray Football League and Football Netball League for putting on the season this year and doing an incredible job to get it up and running. It was absolutely super stuff. Obviously, I want to thank the Wangaratta Rovers. 12 years at the club now, I think I've been there for, so it is home for me, and I just want to thank Wally, Wendy, Kreza, and all the board. They do an amazing job. Can't go past my gorgeous fiancée, Soph. Thanks for all the support. And obviously my family back home, so thank you everyone, and all the best.
Well done to Mitchell. 16 votes in season 2021. Our next award before we have our dinner break is the B-grade best and fairest in our netball competition. This once again is presented by the team at Johnson's MMA, and we thank them for their ongoing support in season 2021. In equal 5th place, we do have a couple of names to rattle off. From the North Albury Hoppers, Brianna Heaney. From the Wodonga Raiders, Molly McGrath. And from Corowa Rutherglen, Lisa Tobin on 11 votes. Equal 4th, I'm sure our camera crew will be absolutely wrapped with this, from the Myrtleford Alpine Saints, Taylor Cartwright. From the Albury Tigers, Sarah Mallington. And from Corowa Rutherglen, Lily Sharp on 12 votes. Equal 3rd, from the Yarrawonga Pigeons, is Caitlin O'Dwyer. And Zali Spencer from Corowa Rutherglen, polling 12 votes. On 2nd place with 14 votes from the Wodonga Raiders is Julia Clark. And with a whopping 25 votes from only 13 games, the B-grade best and fairest for 2021, thanks to Johnson's MMA, from the Lavington Panthers is Taylor Fursborough. Taylor polled in 9 games throughout the season 2021, 8 of those performances with 3 votes with best on court. Well done to Taylor. 25 votes would be enough to win this award in a full 18 games, I'd say. So well done to you, Taylor. And thank you to Tamara and the team at Johnson's MME for this award. If you'd like to say a few words, Taylor.
I just want to say thank you, obviously, for receiving this award. I was not sure if I'd be receiving it considering playing between 2 grades. I want to thank Mum and Dad, obviously, for coming to the games when possible. My coach, the girls from B grade Netty team, they're a pleasure to play with. Obviously the umpires who umpire us each week, and you know, the clubs and everyone else. Thank you.
Well done to you, Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break for dinner to be served. If you are watching at home, stick around. Blake Escott and Chris Mitchell from our O&M Live call team will have a couple of guest interviews on the live stream. We'll be back soon for the 2021 Tony Wilson and Morris Medal.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room. Yes,
Now I have something to
Sometimes this feels like my second home. I love our historic towns and vibrant cities, our passion for sport, and our people who remain special. Now I get to share what's important in our region with Kev Fulton. So join us, Kylie and Kev for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks, but there's another big bank snapping at their heels. With 1.9 million customers, it's regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Recognise this face? Been in more beer ads than anyone else. All I'm told to do is smile, sip and laugh. 0.0% alcohol.
I can swim!
Is that a wine shot, mate, or what?
That's pretty good.
Actually drive! Onward, beer drinkers!
Rewrite the rules. Carlton 0.
Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, space it, and erase it. Drag
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Write it, space it, and erase it.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
G'day, I'm Kev Polton. Bright has certainly changed since my family moved here almost 40 years ago. My old school's in Albury though, they look mostly the same. I got married right here. And this is where our 5 kids were born. These days, I spend a lot of time here. No matter where you live, we all call this region home. And now, together with Kylie King, I get to share your stories. So join us, Kylie and Kev, for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, space it, and erase it. Drag
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Write it, space it, and erase it.
Looking for somewhere great to eat?
Yes, Gus McLeod is doing very well up there, isn't he, Chris? So, our man, welcome to the O&M Morris Medal, Tony Wilson Medal halftime show where everybody's here having dinner. Welcome to you at home, wherever you're watching around the world as well. This is the beauty of the live stream, isn't it, Chris? So we can take such prestigious events into people's lounge rooms.
Yeah, it's fantastic, Panda. I know my parents have been watching the live streams in Tassie all the way during the season. So, yeah, great to be able to get into so many lounge rooms, or if you can't arrange us at home on the big screen and on the wide view. But it's just weird being an event, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the first time I've brushed the suit off in about 2 years, so I'm just glad it still fits.
It still fits, Chris, looking sharp, and welcome to you. It's been a great evening so far. So many award winners already to run through, Chris, but we're all about the big award, aren't we? The Morris Medal and the Tony Wilson Medal. Jared Hodgkin is still the Morris medalist, and Sophie Hanrahan is still unbelievably the Tony Wilson Medal winner way back in 2019.
Yeah, well, if we go like that, Lavington's still the premiers, aren't
exactly
they? So
right.
It's just really strange times, and I think the feeling around the group tonight is everyone's just happy to move on after the 2 COVID interrupted seasons. So it's just great to be back, and everyone's dressed in their finest. A little bit of a smaller crowd than we used to hear at the SSNA, but fantastic night so far.
And a man that is looking very sharp. He's already been up on stage. He's won a couple of Doug String medals now, as of course Juice Newton. How are we, Juice? Thanks for joining us, mate.
Yeah, good. Thanks for having me, guys.
First time you're back here at the SSNA Club, probably since 2019 for a big night, mate. So you're pumped to be here?
Yeah, no, it's exciting to just be out, get off the farm, and we sat at the table and we didn't know which way to go with our bread rolls, and
shoving over the goal.
If we go the wrong way, it's just because we've been too long.
Now I know you love the limelight, mate. You'd be disappointed to share the award tonight, are you? With an Albury Tiger, nonetheless.
No. It's always good to see good guys coming up, kicking goals, and it's a privilege to win this award. And good on you, had a good year.
A couple of your teammates will probably most likely feature pretty heavily later on, Juice, and Abraham Ankers. I mean, he came in. Tell us a little bit about Abe. I mean, Northern Territory product, 28 goals, I think, as a midfielder, just a freak. I mean, you expect him to poll pretty well in the big award tonight?
Yeah, no, Abe, unbelievable get for the club. He's such a good guy. I played with him up in Darwin I've been going up there for a few years, so to be able to get him down here was a huge effort, and for him to travel each week from Alice Springs.
Big effort.
It was a big effort. He was staying at my house.
What time would he get up in the morning?
No, he'd get
in before.
Yeah, he'd get in at about 9 o'clock. I'd be in bed, and he'd just let himself in, go straight to bed, and we just had a routine. It was good, and it was as I said, it was excellent for our club to be able to get someone of his quality, and he's a good fellow as well.
You've also got Joe Richards and Cal Moore should steal a few votes off each other. Do you think one of them can win it just because of you guys? They're probably the 3 main vote getters from your team. Only lost 1 or 2 games for the year, so they should get plenty of 3 and 2 votes.
Yeah, exactly. Abe should poll Abe should poll well. Joey had a great year as well, and if Joey had the year that he's had this year in previous years, we'd be all talking about Joe. He had a fantastic year himself. So. And Cal, 6'5", can run like the wind. Not too many blokes log on your doorstep like that just before the season starts. So we were grateful to have his services, and I'm looking forward to the count. It's going to be pretty tight, and hopefully they can all play well. And it's going to be real cracker.
Before we let you go back to your steak, mate, because I know it's getting cold and you want to get back there, have a couple of beers. I was at the Magpies Group Club the other night and saw you boys all out there training unbelievably already. You picked up a couple of great recruits in Jaden Clark and Liam McVeigh. You're looking to obviously avenge a couple of those grand final losses from a few years back and go one better next year.
Yeah, no, it's just exciting. It's an exciting time at the footy club. There's so many young kids coming up from the thirds. Our thirds program over the last couple of years been really, really strong, and we've had a lot of guys stick around, come through the ranks like you, Joe Richards, Brad Melbourne, Daniel Sharrock type players, and we're looking forward to seeing the next bunch of kids come through, and it's exciting, and it makes pre-season a lot easier for us older guys, seeing how good the class coming up from the thirds is. And, it's an exciting time.
We've got a couple of other special guests about to join us as well on Live. Who's your tip? Obviously, Fletcher Carroll from the Tigers had a great season as well. Do you think it'll be one of your teammates, or who's your tip for the Morris?
I think it's going to be pretty tight between Fletcher and Callum. I'd say there's probably only going to be votes between them, not too many. I might even predict a tie.
There we go. Hopefully got 2 out the
back. Season first. We've only played 13 games. We're going to have a winner tonight. So.
Yeah. Perfect. Thanks, Juice. Good
No
on you,
worries.
mate. Thank you very much. Go back and enjoy the night. And
thanks, Michael.
We'll push on here. Obviously, we still got the Toni Wilson medal as well, Chris, which is going to be fantastic. Let's talk.
Plenty of contenders there as well.
Yeah, plenty of contenders. Let's talk a little bit about that. We obviously have Sophie Hanrahan, who unbelievably at age, I think, only 22 or 23, can win her third in a row. Can you believe that?
No, it's crazy. And we've got two Toronto winners who could win a third tonight. So we've got Em Brown, also from North Albury, who's come back to the O&M after playing in the district comps the last few years. So she's another chance that could bowl a few. She might be a bit smoky. You've got Hannah Grady from Wangaratta might bowl a few. Sarah Sanini, her first really full season at Yarrawonga after crossing from Lavington.
2011,
yeah,
I
she's
think.
the previous winner as
Yarrawonga.
well. She's been around a long time.
At
Super player and super person as well. So yeah, she might steal a few votes as well.
Also, maybe Grace Senior. We've already seen Cora Rutherglen Netball have. I think they could probably feel a little bit hard done by in the last sort of 2 or 3 years, Chris. So they lost the grand final in 2019, 2020. Obviously, we didn't have a season. This year, they were flying on top of the ladder, and it was off the back of a lot of Grace Senior's goals. 553 goals she shot, so she's a big chance as well.
And that might be their issue there, Cora. They might steal a few votes off each other. I think Sophie and Grace Senior, who's had an awesome season as well. And you've also got Sage Bros from Earl, who've had a great season. And a bit of a smoky might be a Maddie Lord or something from Lavington, who steals a few votes. Obviously, not the successful season Lavington's sort of used to, but it might slip under the radar a little bit.
Absolutely. We'll take a quick break here on O&M Live's Morris Medal and Toni Wilson Medal Night. All thanks to
Rule 1. No internet searching.
With new Optus Pause, you can pause your mobile and home Wi-Fi connections with one touch and make the most of moments that matter. It starts with yes.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SSNA.
Hi, I'm Kylie King. I first fell in love with this region as the Prime News sports presenter. Sometimes this feels like my second home. I love our historic towns and vibrant cities, our passion for sport, and of course the people who make it special. And now I get to share what's important in our region with Kev Poulton. So join us, Kylie and Kev for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks, but there's another big bank snapping at their heels. With 1.9 million customers, it's regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Recognise this face? I've been in more beer ads than anyone else, and all I'm told to do is smile, sip and laugh a bit. 0.0% alcohol? This changes everything.
I can swim! I can upgrade heavy machinery! I can actually drive! Onwards, beer drinkers!
Rewrite the rules. Carlton Zero. Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, space it, and erase it. Drag
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Write it, space it, and erase it.
We'll just ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Pretty simple, so. We're good? All right, we are back here. Obviously, O&M Morris Medal and Toni Wilson Medal Night. We are joined by the two-time winner, Chris O, and of course, Sophie Hanrahan. So thank you so very much for joining us. Can you make it 3 in a row?
Definitely not. I don't think so, and I hope not. I've had a few too many drinks already, so I'm
dear.
betting on not happening.
Well, Sophie, you're one that's used to this award night and to bowl well. To win 2 is incredible at your young age. What advice would you give to another young up-and-coming player who might be preparing for their first tonight?
Just enjoy it. I think the 2 times I've looked, God, that sounds arrogant, but the times that I've won it, I've looked back and I've just enjoyed the night and enjoy it is such a great night to kind of get around everybody else, and being on Friday night with no netball and footy,
Perfect.
May as well celebrate. Yeah, exactly.
Have a couple of frothies,
That's
of course.
it.
It's the off-season. Talk to us about some of the better players you possibly played against this year. We know what, obviously, your own teammates in Grace and Olivia and a few Brungs. So talk to us about who are some of the other standouts that you played against this year.
Yeah, definitely. I know it goes without saying Grace Senior. Liv Sinclair's someone who goes under the radar. I really hope Gracie gets up there tonight. She's a phenomenal player, 500 odd goals.
Yeah.
Goals from 13 games is phenomenal. Probably when I think about the season, I'd love to see Sarah Sneedy get up there. I think she's just an absolute stalwart, and to come back after having a child, and she just absolutely tore me to shreds when we played Yarra. So I hope she gets up there. But also probably Sage Bros or Tina Way from Murderford would be pretty good. Yeah, I can't really think. Em Brown, I guess, is always just a given. She's just such a standout. But yeah, it'll just be really interesting. 13 games, the votes have been pretty close tonight, so it'll be really, really good to see. How everyone goes.
Can you run us through the season? It was stop-start. You guys were pretty keen to atone for a grand final loss a couple of years ago. How did you guys feel? Was it hard to get up and then to get down and to think, oh, we might be playing next week, now we're not? How did it go?
Oh, for sure. It was definitely, it's a bit funny. It feels like it was last year. It was that long ago. But we did everything we could to kind of keep the momentum going. It was really hard, obviously, with the big girls not being able to train a lot of the year. But, you know, we had our A and B grade finish top of the ladder, which was phenomenal. We had 3 B graders finish in the top 5 votes for tonight. So that's fantastic. It was a bit weird and a bit of, it was disappointing when we played Wayne Rovers as our last game. It was a bit of a kind of last hurrah, which was a bit disappointing, but, you know, it is what it is next year.
You must have fond memories of that game, though, even though it was the last one. Do you remember
singing together as a
song outside the club because they weren't allowed? Everyone wasn't allowed.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Can you run us through what was that? What was that like?
That was amazing, and it was something that kind of was pretty organic. Obviously, I think we got news after we finished our grade. Everyone had to get home by 5 or 6
Across
p.m.
the river,
Cross back over to
crazy.
Corowa, and you know, the boys were playing Rovers, and the poor boys, they had such a great year. They were pretty underestimated, and they ended up coming out and winning against Rovers, who were finishing in the top 5. So it was pretty amazing, and I've got to give credit to Germo. He's been fantastic for the club. He was the one who said it. We were, cheering the boys in, and Germo said, no, get back out here, and everyone get around it.
Yeah, it was fantastic to watch, wasn't it?
Oh,
it was.
It was amazing, and, you know, all the boys, we love them so much, and yeah, it's pretty special to have a club culture like that.
Before we let you get back to your Shampers and a great night, who's your tip if you're going to tip Grace?
Oh, yeah. It's a funny one because I feel like in the past, poor shooters don't get enough credit. They do so much work, and history shows that they don't really get rewarded the kind of expected. I do hope Gracie's up there, but I really think maybe it's a Myrtleford girl. I think potentially Tina, but yeah, or maybe Izzy Bird would be great to see as well. So yeah, obviously again, I keep naming these girls. I don't know.
It's got to be one of them anyway.
Exactly.
Or yourself as well, Sophie. No, just credit yourself. You could go 3 in a row. Thank you so much, Sophie, for joining us. Sophie Hammerhand from the Cora Rutherglen Football Netball Club. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys.
There we go. Of course, we still have a massive night ahead with the footy as well, Chris. So it's going to be fantastic with the football. We're going to preview that a little bit more in depth a little bit later on. If you had to pick one right now, who are you going to tip with?
You'd have to say Abe Ankers, wouldn't you?
Yes.
He's been the standout player all season. Came with big raps and lived up to them as well. So, also, the big thing is going to be how many votes is Joe Richards, Cal Moore, how many are they going to steal off him? Matt Grossman running half back. The Magpies won heaps of votes as well, heaps of games as well. So, and the Albury Tigers, Fletcher Carroll's really clear standout, and that might help them as well because he doesn't have a lot of competition, I don't think, for midfield votes. You obviously got Braden O'Hara, other players of that ilk as well that might steal a few. But Wayne, it's going to be hard to get a winner from Wayne, I reckon.
You reckon it might be hard to get a winner from Wayne?
I think that was steal votes off each other.
You're probably right. Obviously, you just said there that you got Abe Ankers and you got Cal Moore and you have Joe Richards and all these players. What about the fact that I reckon goals will win the award as well, and Abe Ankers kicked 28, Fletcher Carroll kicked 13 for the Albury Tigers as well. So goal-kicking midfielders are hard to come by, Chris. So what about a smoky? Do you have a smoky for us?
You put me on the spot. You could have.
I am putting you on the spot
a little bit.
A little smoky for us, Chris.
Oh, geez. Matt Munro, maybe, and Myrtleford.
You've been on him all year.
Yeah,
we know you like your Myrtleford boys.
His nickname is.
Yes.
I do like the Myrtleford guys. They're a great bunch of football and netball players down there. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I mean, obviously, Tommy Goodwin from Corowa, Soaps Club, has had a fair bit of interest leading up to the count. So it's going to be great to see if the Ruckman can win some votes. So obviously, Matt Sider from Wodonga shared it with Tyler Bonnet a few years ago. So it's going to be really hard. I mean, history shows that midfielders get most of the votes. So I think it's going to be a midfielder.
All right. Well,
what about you? You asked me for a smoky. Now I'm going to ask you for a smoky.
Okay. I do think that big Tommy Goodwin, he was best on ground in 4 of Corowa's 5 wins. Corowa won 5 games. I think there's a chance. You can't miss him. He's a big fridge, and he's a lover of OMFNL Live as well. So he might be watching with a couple of frothies on the couch. So I think Tommy is a good chance of winning. And we saw how much of a connection he had with Cam Wilson and obviously Damo Wilson as well, and some of the midfielders that went.
And I think they'll get a few votes too, the Wilson brothers. But the trouble is, are the umpires going to pick them apart?
Who knows, Chris?
Great players as well for the Roos.
Only time will tell. We're not too far away from getting into the O&M Morris medal count and the Tony Wilson medal count as well. We've got Team of the Year to look forward to. Settling on the couch. We hope you're enjoying the count. We'll cross to Gus McLeod very soon to resume the Morris and Tony Wilson medals, and we'll join you again a little bit later on.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
G'day, I'm Kev Poulton. Bright has certainly changed since my family moved here almost 40 years ago. My old school's in Albury though, they look mostly the same. I got married right here, and this is where our 5 kids were born. These days, I spend a lot of time here. No matter where you live, we all call this region home. And now, together with Kylie King, I get to share your stories. So join us, Kylie and Kev, for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a mouth-watering Scotch fillet served with your choice of sides and sauce from just $25. Or use your Dine and Discover voucher, all at Social Dining and Bar at the SSNA.
Rule 1. No internet searching.
With new Optus Pause, you can pause your mobile and home Wi-Fi connections with one touch and make the most of moments that matter. It starts with yes.
Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, space it, and erase it. Drag
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Write it, space it, and erase it.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SSNA.
Hi, I'm Kylie King. I first fell in love with this region as the Prime News sports presenter. Sometimes this feels like my second home. I love our historic towns and vibrant cities, our passion for sport, and of course the people who make it special. And now I get to share what's important in our region with Kev Poulton. So join us, Kylie and Kev, for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
We are here back on Morris Medal and Tony Wilson Medal night. People still having dinner, so we're going to fill a little bit of time here. We have one of the great men of the competition, Chriso, a great friend of OMFNL Live, coach, player as well.
Salami maker,
yes,
as well.
Great salami maker, Jake Sharp from the Myrtleford Alpine Saints. Sharpie, thanks for joining us, mate. How's the knee?
Yeah, no, going well. Probably about 4 and a bit months post-op now, so running straight lines and get back in the swing of things.
Perfect. Must be great being in a night like this. I'm just glad my suit still fits, Sharpie, but how about you, mate?
Yeah.
You're pretty happy to get over the border?
Oh, it's good to get interstate, yeah. The whole mask wearing and stuff like that was interesting. Got out of the car and didn't know whether I had to wear a mask or what to do.
You don't know what to do.
But it's good, yeah, it's good to see, such a massive room of full of people and, mingling and enjoying each other's company, and something that, all of us have been deprived of in 2021.
When you look back on the year, I think it's fair to say that Myrtleford had one of the more weirder and stranger years. Sharpie, you had players that were an integral part of your team not able to come and play. You'd have no control over your own, at all. You didn't have options of obviously playing your best side for injury. How do you sort of put a read on things?
Just throw it out, really. It was really challenging. Particularly when we weren't allowed to play with Melbourne-based players. Like the Melbourne-based players we've got are such an integral part of our club, and local boys themselves, brothers and
want to come
sons,
back, don't they?
and that's it's something that was really hard for us to cop. And it just so happened to be that both times we were coming up against Albury, who happened to be undefeated. So, we would have really liked to have had a crack at them full noise with our best team. And we found like we never really got a run at it. And a lot of teams probably didn't, in the sense of lockdowns and shutdowns and things like that. But we just felt like we probably never got continuity into our best team at any point of the season.
It's hard to not talk about COVID. It controls all of our lives, but you guys do a lot of work in the mental health space at Myrtleford Footy Club. Tell us how you guys handled that during the lockdowns and the border closures and not having your Melbourne players. What sort of things did you implement to try and keep people together, so to speak?
The biggest thing was just trying to stay connected and just simple things like text messages and phone calls, and we did a couple of FaceTime chats and Zoom chats and stuff like that. So once we got our head around the technology of that, it all seemed to go a little bit easier. But it was really challenging, and our Melbourne-based players felt it a lot, and the motivation levels really dwindled toward the back end of the year. And the biggest thing was just trying to make sure that their welfare was paramount, and making sure they were in a good space.
Really quickly before we get back to you, Sharp, we're just going to run through some of these award winners. Jefferso so far, thirds goal kicker Riley Beveridge, 46 goals out of Corowa. Well done to Riley. Reserves goal kicker Colby Hennessy for the second year in a row. I think Chris O with 33 goals out of Albury. Seniors goal kicker, we know, obviously a tie between Juice Newton and Jacob Conlon on 44 goals. The Oak FM Player of the Year, and a big shout out to Gambo and the crew from Oak FM. Isaac Muller from the Raiders, he had a great year after a bit of a slow start.
Half too, he really improved as the season went on.
Under 17 netball best and fairest Kylie Willis from the Raiders. Thirds best and fairest for the Yarrawonga Pigeons, Ben Woodburn. He looks like he can maybe push up, play some senior footy. Chris O. Cara O'Donoghue took out the C grade netball best and fairest. Mitch Booth as well from the Wangaratta Rovers, who probably walks into a lot of O&M senior sides, but just pushed out once again by the strength of the Rovers. He won the reserves best and fairest.
Yep, and the big ones are still to come, the Morris and the Toni Wilson medals. And it would be remiss not to mention the big news during the week as well. I was talking to Sharpie before about it. Adam Schneider, about the coach Lavington in 2022, which is just incredible. For a homegrown coach in the O&M, you must feel like you've got to keep inventing the wheel to keep up with these clubs.
Not so much. You just trust your process, and Lavington would be going about it a different way to what our club goes about it. They've done really well. Lavington, they've held their nerve and secured a really strong coach.
What about, you just said there, Lavington coach. You've obviously picked up a former Lavy coach in Simon Curtis as well, mate. Fantastic acquisition for the Myrtleford Alpine Saints. Talk us through that, and obviously a massive recruit for you guys.
Yeah, it's huge. Not very often you get people moving to Myrtleford, but
beautiful part of the world. What are you talking about, Sharpie?
It's God's country, so anyone else wants to move there, that was awesome. Simon's been a good support for me through my coaching, being quite a young coach, and just got a random text message from him one day just asking how we were going, and just one thing led to another, and he slotted in nicely, and he'll be an awesome addition to our team. And, one recruit that we certainly weren't planning on having in 2022.
He could be one of those
to get Chris.
Not bad at all. Hey, Sharpie got room for me in the midfield. Where do you see his best spot, Sharpie? I love seeing him just behind the ball at Lavington, sort of a bit of a quarterback role and controlling the play and seeing what's downfield. But where do you see him play?
Yeah, makes fantastic decisions with the ball. So off half back or through the midfield, he's got a great engine and he's a different midfielder. He's quite tall and good overhead. So he'll just add another element to our midfield and possibly off half back. Yeah.
Before we let you get back to the night, mate, you played not as many games as obviously you would have liked and battled for injury, but the games you played in, you obviously come up against some of the best players. Who's your tip on a night like tonight? You've got some great midfielders in this competition, which we've reeled off, and Bankers and Cal Moore, Joe Richards. Who do you think wins the medal tonight? Maybe Big Dorse or Matty Munro from the Saints?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think the Wang boys will poll quite heavily. Whether they take votes off each other, I'm not too sure. Cal, even a couple of their forwards, but yeah, I think Fletcher Carroll's probably going to be up there. Yeah, he had a really strong year. It's traditionally a midfielder's award, so Dorse, if you're looking, no chance, mate.
And really quickly, we'll be back round 1 next year. Is that the aim? Or?
Yeah, that's the goal. Yeah, certainly shooting for round 1, and hopefully can get up for it. But if not, I won't be rushing back too quickly.
Recognise this face? I've been in more beer ads than anyone else, and all I'm told to do is smile.
I'm not sure whether we're still going, Chris. I'm not sure because the camera possibly shut off. But obviously, great to have Jake Sharp back. Yeah, obviously in the room on a night like tonight. They really missed him, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did, and great to see that he's got some help. Obviously, Simon Curtis probably not going to have a coaching role there at the Saints, but another set of ears and eyes for Sharpie to work off. And the Saints have done amazing the last 5 or 6 years, retaining their players and adding to them as well. And Jake's been a big part of that.
Let's run through those award winners once again really quickly. Chris O, and of course we still have the big awards to come, the Toni Wilson medal and of course the Morris medal. Team of the year for both the netball and the football as well. Thirds goal kicker, Riley Beveridge. Looks a good size, doesn't he, Chris? Yep. 46 goals from Corowa.
Yep.
Reserves goal kicker, Colby Heine-Hennessy for the 2nd year in a row from the Albury Tigers, 33 goals. Like I said, probably gets a game in most other O&M sides, Chris O.
Yeah, I think he would.
Senior goal kicker, Doug Strang medal, of course, Michael Newton and Jacob Conlon tied for that on 44 goals for the Wang Magpies and the Albury Tigers.
And also, Albury Tigers undefeated in all 3 grades, as was mentioned earlier, which is an incredible feat.
Incredible feat, took out the overall club championship. They're a powerhouse club, we know that. The OMFNL Player of the Year, Isaac Muller, a fantastic acquisition to the Raiders.
Yeah, first season across town, and obviously was North Albury coach, and only a young fella. Hopefully he just keeps improving, and a great guy as well, Isaac. So without those coaching commitments, he really shone the second half of the season.
What about some of the netball awards? It was great to see the under-17 netball best and fairest go to another Raider in Kylie Willis. The third's best and fairest young Ben Woodburn out of Yarrawonga.
Great speech as well.
Great speech.
Thank his teammates on the table. That was fantastic.
I would have liked to have seen them get up there and do the speech, Chris.
No, they're making fun of him. Did a fantastic job.
Love it.
Thank the sponsors and everything. Yep, fantastic work.
C-grade netball best and fairest, Cara O'Donoghue from the Rovers.
And John O'Donoghue, obviously North Melbourne, former North Melbourne player, and Wangaratta footy administrator as well. So a big family name, the O'Donohues, and great work from the Rovers there.
Mitch Booth, by 6 votes, took out the reserves best and fairest. So the standout year, featured in a couple of senior games.
Yeah, pretty hard side to break into, especially when all those interstate players came back. So yeah, Mitch should probably walk into many other O&M senior sides as well.
And of course, B-grade best and fairest went to Taylor Furborough from Lavington by a whopping 9 votes, which is fantastic from Taylor.
It's incredible effort. So, and I think she swapped between a few grades as well. So she wasn't sure if she was eligible to win the actual thing. So yeah, great effort there from Taylor.
All right, let's wrap this up. We'll be back a little bit later on in the night. We hope you're enjoying it from home. You can join in on the hashtag OMFNL and pop up on Twitter. Hope you're having a great night on the couch. Sit back, relax. The O&M Morris medal and Toni Wilson medal not too far away. Gus McLeod will take care of the rest of your night.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SSNA.
Hi, I'm Kylie King. I first fell in love with this region as the Prime News sports presenter. Sometimes this feels like my second home. I love our historic towns and vibrant cities, our passion for sport, and of course the people who make it special. And now I get to share what's important in our region with Kev Poulton. So join us, Kylie and Kev for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks, but there's another big bank snapping at their heels. With 1.9 million customers, it's regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Recognise this face? I've been in more beer ads than anyone else, and all I'm told to do is smile, sip and laugh a bit. 0.0% alcohol? This changes everything.
I can swim! I can upgrade heavy machinery! I can actually drive! Onward, beer drinkers!
Rewrite the rules. Carlton Zero.
Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, space it, and erase it. Drag
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Write it, space it, and erase it.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
G'day, I'm Kev Poulton. Bright has certainly changed since my family moved here almost 40 years ago. My old school's in Albury though, they look mostly the same. I got married right here, and this is where our 5 kids were born. These days, I spend a lot of time here. No matter where you live, we all call this region home. And now, together with Kylie King, I get to share your stories. So join us, Kylie and Kev for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a mouth-watering Scotch fillet served with your choice of sides and sauce from just $25. Or use your Dine and Discover voucher, all at Social Dining and Bar at the SSNA.
Rule 1. No internet searching.
With new Optus Pause, you can pause your mobile and home Wi-Fi connections with one touch and make the most of moments that matter. It starts with yes.
Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, space it, and erase it. Drag
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Write it, space it, and erase it.
Welcome back to the Ovens and Murray, Toni, Wilson and Morris medal evening. We hope you're enjoying it from home. Don't forget, you can join in on the hashtag, the Twitter handle, just hashtag OMFNL. Tell us where you are. We'd love to know whether you're watching it from Melbourne, you're watching some family members or some friends who may poll well here tonight. Maybe you might be watching it from Sydney or somewhere around the globe. Make sure that you hashtag on Twitter OMFNL. And if you haven't done so already, give us a like on the O&M Live Facebook page. You can like the Cartwright Productions team and Wangaratta Computers team as well, who have put all this wonderful stuff together tonight for you to watch at home. I'm going to run through some of the award winners once again. We're still in the process of serving dinner here before Gus McLeod and the count will resume. So the C grade netball best and fairest was Cara O'Donoghue from the Wangaratta Rovers. Well done to Cara, who had a fantastic season in the netball C grade competition. The under 18s thirds best and fairest winner was Ben Woodburn from the Yarrawonga Pigeons Football Club. So well done to you, Benny. Looked like a great young lad and had a fantastic year. Also, the under 17 netball best and fairest winner was Kylie Willis from the Wodonga Raiders. So well done to Kylie in the under 17 netball best and fairest. The 2021 overall club championship award went to the Albury Tigers. So well done to the Albury Tigers, who didn't lose a game in any three grades of football. As Chris Mitchell comes back and joins us. Chriso, just talking then about the Albury Tigers and the powerhouse that they are. Didn't lose a game in 3 grades of football in 13 games. So if my maths is correct, which is not most of the time, 13, 26, 39 games, they didn't lose 1 game.
Yeah, it's an incredible effort, and they'd be pinching themselves. They didn't get a chance to get some silverware this year, but great effort from the Tigers. We know they're a powerhouse, and they'll be trying to replicate that again next year. I think they said they've already started some trials for 2022, so expect bigger and better things from the Tigers next year.
The the OMFNL Player of the Year award was Isaac Mullett from the Wodonga Raiders. Mitch Bruce took out the reserves best and fairest. The reserves goal kicker was Colby Hennessy from the Albury Tigers, and the thirds goal kicker was Riley Beveridge from the Cora Rutherglen Footy Club on 46 goals. I think that's the biggest haul out of any of the grades so far, Chris.
Yeah, I think the seniors got 44, so that was Jacob Conlon from the Tigers and Michael Newton, obviously, who we had as our previous guest on the live Facebook feed that you're seeing right now. But we've got another big guest coming up too. I'm just going to keep you guessing to figure out who it is. We have mentioned him a few times tonight. But, don't go away. Another big guest about to join us.
I like guesses, Chris. I like keeping people on their toes. Let's go back and preview a little bit more into the Morris Medal. We ran through some of the names before, but why? Why are these names standing out to us? Abraham Ankers, let's go straight to Wangaratta. He kicked 28 goals and he only missed the 2 games.
Yeah, incredible. He was based in the Northern Territory as well, so great effort to fly in and play so well. No jet lag, no tiredness. I don't know how he did it, but fantastic addition. Hopefully he comes back. We think he will for the Magpies under Ben Reid next season. So he had a great season. Was in the club's best in 9 of his 11 games as well. So I mean, the big issue with Abe is can he win enough votes off his teammates? So Cal Moore had some outstanding games. Joe Richards had the ball on a string a lot of occasions. So I remember watching him at Lavington and thought, gee, this guy's incredible. So he would have racked them up willy-nilly. He'll be really hard to get tonight as well.
Cal Moore also kicked 9 goals against North Albury in 1 game. So you think that he would bank the 3 votes there. Let's go across town to the Rovers. I think you're going to see Tyler Roos come out really early and lead this count. Not too many of us thought Tyler would have the impact that he had early on. Chris Toni was getting amazing numbers, 40 plus possession games early on.
Yeah, really flashy as well, and you'd think he'd get caught the eye of the umpires a few times. Obviously, son of Paul Roos, who was at plenty of Rovers games this year. And speaking of Barry Sullivan from the Rovers before, I did reach out to Tyler to try and come and have a chat with us on.
Who's this bloke in box?
Who's this guy? I didn't know. I heard crickets actually, but apparently he's overseas. He's in America at the moment. So great young fella. We interviewed him a couple of times for the radio, O&M Live radio as well. So he should poll a few. Sam Carpenter, obviously former coach there at the Hawks, he should poll a few votes as well. And I've chucked Matt Jones in there, played 8 games, midfielder, but they had such an unsettled side, the Rovers. It'd be hard to pick their best and fairest.
It would be hard to pick their best and fairest, which I think they're holding very soon. Let's go to the Albury Tigers. I think there's 3 standouts. Fletcher Carroll, we know, and he kicked goals as well, Chris. So Anthony Miles, all that hamstring late in the season where he missed a game against North Albury. Could that come back to hurt him when it comes to the votes?
Yeah, we're just going through some homework before we had tonight's proceedings. It was interesting. He only missed 2 games. I thought he sort of missed a few more, but it was such a stop-start season that he featured in the best in 6 times from the club point of view as well. So obviously prolific ball winner as well, can play inside, can play outside, and fantastic coach in his first year. And obviously Sean Daly as well, a previous winner of this award, I think, as well, Morris Medal. So as Joel Mackey, 2-time winner, Chris Hyde recently as well. So they've got plenty to live up to, Fletcher Carroll, to try and emulate some of these past players from the Tigers. But it's going to be interesting to see. I think he's the clear standout. I think he'll poll the most votes from the Tigers.
Fletcher Carroll. Talking about there. Myrtleford, we've already spoken to Jake Sharp, coach of the Myrtleford Alpine Saints. I reckon expect Matt Munro to poll really well for Myrtleford. He played a a role that we didn't expect him to play, Chris. So we thought he'd come in and he'd probably play that high half forward role, kick lots of goals. He didn't kick too many goals, but he played a lot in the midfield.
Yeah, and he's hard to match up on too. He reads the play really well. The tap, obviously, got Dawson Simpson, who should poll a few votes as well. But he really came into his own. Obviously, he had plenty of VFL experience with Werribee, and great addition. He's playing with his mates pretty much at Myrtleford and hoping to get some success there. But he should poll a few as well. I think a few other teammates. Who else do you think at the Alpine Saints might poll a few?
I really think we could see Lockie Dale poll
pretty good votes.
He kicked 30 goals, and when Myrtleford were ravaged with injuries, I reckon he played 3/4 of the time midfield, and I remember calling a game against the Wangaratta Rovers earlier this year. He had 40-odd disposals in the midfield and kicked 3 goals, so he had high possession games.
He should catch the umpire's eye a few times, shouldn't he?
Well, he didn't mind a chirp.
Well, maybe that'll play against him.
Maybe it might. So
and off to Tasmania, we believe, but it'd be great if the Saints can keep hold of him.
So I reckon Lockie Dale, Dawson Simpson, Matt Munro are your ones from Myrtleford. Let's go to Lavington. Obviously, by their own expectations, didn't have the year that we all thought that they would. Chris, so obviously still premiers from 2019.
That's right. Great. Even though they were going to miss the finals
exactly.
in 2021.
Great acquisition in Adam Schneider for 2022. Who can poll votes from the Panthers?
Well, it's a great question. The coach is obviously going to Myrtleford, which is huge for them as well. So a big out and a big in for the Panthers. So I think Marty Brennan obviously is the clear standout there, but I think Luke Garland should poll a few as well.
Had some good games late.
I don't think the Panthers will win enough games to have too many 3 and 2 vote getters. So Marty Brennan, clear standout and ball magnet and machine in that midfield engine there, but I don't think they'll win enough games.
A side that won 3 or 4 on the trot after a really slow start was the Wodonga Raiders. They got their pants pulled down by their own expectations on Good Friday against the Wangaratta Magpies. They started off the season pretty slow, but they went through a 3 or 4 game winning patch. Who do you think can poll votes through the Raiders? Of course, last year's Morris medalist in Jared Hodgkin.
Yeah, well, he should poll a few as well. Not many have spoken about him in the lead up to the count, but he had a great season at the Raiders, and they won plenty of games, and we're going to play finals, so you can't count someone like a Hodgkin out. I saw him during the week doing some running drills down at Norrill Park there. Super fit again, so he'll be one to watch in 2022. He should poll a few. I think Jordan Nagel should poll as well, and Isaac Muller had a great season. We spoke about him tonight, and he might steal a few votes. So they're sort of in that different sort of mindset like Wangaratta and Albury, who should have a few players stealing votes off each other. So whether we'll see another winner from the Raiders, we've got Hodgkin was last year, but last counts winner, and before that Brodie Philo. So the last 2 winners come from the Raiders. You never know.
Cora Rutherglen Football Club won 5 games this year, Chris, and spent a lot of time around that sort of 6th position and almost snuck into the 5 at some stages this year. Who do you think can bowl votes from the Cora Rutherglen Footy Club? I think 2 standouts of mine are Cam Wilson and Tom Gulver.
Yeah, I think they're probably the keys, aren't they? And Damien Wilson should steal a few votes as well. And like we said, depends if the umpires mix the two up. They play very similar and find each other on the ground.
Cam's
as well.
got less hair, I think. He probably hates me saying that, but no,
he said that Cam, not me.
I think that Cam Wilson and definitely Damo.
Yeah, I think they're great little midfielders too, and find each other on the ground. I'd love to see Goodwin get up. Matt Sider a few years ago brought the house down with his speech when he tied with Tyler Bonnet from Yarrawonga. But he's a great character. He's not here tonight, so maybe that's telling us that he didn't win it, Tom Goodwin, but he should poll well.
I think he should poll well indeed. Some of the other Smokies, Yarrawonga, they had an awful start to the year, didn't they, Chris? So I think they found themselves 0-6, and we all thought that was not going to be the case. They had obviously a lot of injuries, and we didn't get to see their best side on the park at all, and Willie Wheeler was someone we didn't get to see. I'm expecting Harry Wheeler, Lee Masters and Mark Wiley to poll sort of a handful of votes.
Yeah, well, you've said the 3 that'll get the votes, I think, for the Pigeons. And they had an interesting start. They recruited really well. We all had them quite high on the ladder in our predictions, but I don't think they'll win enough games to feature strongly in the votes. But Mark Wiley is an outstanding player and just puts his body on the line every week, a little bit like Brad Murray used to do for Myrtleford. And you've got to admire players like that who have no regard for their own health. So a great player there, Mark Wiley. Lee Masters down across patrolling the half back line should poll a few as well.
Especially early. He shot out the blocks, Lee Masters, and we all thought, wow, he's the Williamstown best and fairest winner from 2019. He's got a lot of class. So
hopefully we can see him in a better side that does get better next year.
Someone we have not mentioned at all, is Cody Zust. He came out and he started the year on fire. I think he kicked 10 goals when Wodonga really gave North Albury a hammering early, and obviously went into the midfield. He was great against Lavington. He was great against Lavington on Super Saturday when Hudson Garoni bagged 7. Can Cody Zust poll sort of 6-7 votes?
I reckon he'll poll a few because he's so exciting. He's hard. I think, did he have the colourful boots?
I think
he was pretty easy to
big
spot.
boots, yes.
And he came with big raps and he lived up to them as well. So he came from interstate, the Sandful I think he came from, and lived up to them. Only a little guy, but a bag full of tricks and can kick them from anywhere. So I reckon he'll steal a few votes. Cody Zust. And we love saying his name. It was a bit tongue twister on the radio. It was fantastic, wasn't it?
I think he's going down to Coburg or possibly Port Melbourne, I think, in the VFL for 2022. So we do wish Cody all the best. What about young Josh Mathy? He's here tonight. We think he may feature in possibly maybe another award, but he had a great season. Took out Wodonga's best and fairest as an 18-year-old or a 17-year-old, so he's a star.
Yeah, plenty to look forward to, isn't there, at the kennel? So, Josh is one of a number of up-and-coming players. The Doggies have got primed for a big campaign in 2022.
And North Albury, we're expecting maybe Jacko Wiedemann and Clay Mosher Thomas, George Goody all around the votes as well for the North Albury Hoppers. So, and of course, we still have the Toni Wilson medal as well, which we cannot wait for.
No, it's going to be great, and we might have a 3-time winner in Em Brown or Soph Hanrahan, and she's so down to earth, Soph, isn't she? It'd be fantastic if she won 3, but you never know. It could be a smoky, someone that we didn't think was possible. So we'll just have to wait and see. Don't go away.
And of course, we still have the Netball Team of the Years to present, Chris. So that's going to be fantastic. The O&M Live Team of the Year as well, which we think will feature probably heavily with a Wangaratta and Albury contingent, Chris, which we're super pumped to
We should really run through the O&M Live tipsters as well, and when we come back from the break and see what people thought.
Absolutely. Don't forget you can join in the hashtag at home OMFNL on Twitter. Let us know how you think the night's going. Tell us where you're watching from, who you're barracking for. We're going to cross back to Gus McLeod very, very soon, who will pick up the Morris medal and Toni Wilson medals. Hope you're enjoying the night so far.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
G'day, I'm Kev Poulton. Bright has certainly changed since my family moved here almost 40 years ago. My old school's in Albury though, they look mostly the same. I got married right here, and this is where our 5 kids were born. These days, I spend a lot of time here. No matter where you live, we all call this region home. And now, together with Kylie King, I get to share your stories. So join us, Kylie and Kev, for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a mouth-watering Scotch fillet served with your choice of sides and sauce from just $25. Or use your Dine and Discover voucher, all at Social Dining and Bar at the SSNA.
Rule 1. No internet searching.
With new Optus Pause, you can pause your mobile and home Wi-Fi connections with one touch and make the most of moments that matter. It starts with yes.
Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, space it, and erase it. Drag
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Write it, space it, and erase it.
Thank you. Our next awards to present are the 2021 Rising Star Awards. I'd like to call upon the Ovens and Murray Chairman, Mr. David Sinclair, SSNA Ovens and Murray Vice Chair, Kim Odewin, and I'd also like to call upon Eddie Dunlop from the SSNA Club to join us on stage. We'll kick off with our nominations for this year's Rising Star. For the month of April in the netball from the North Albury Football Club, Natalie Heaney. next? Who has an apology tonight? The winner of our Rising Star in the football for 2021 is awarded the Richard Hamilton Medal, and he comes from the Wodonga Bulldogs Football Club. Put your hands together for a third generation Wodonga Bulldog, Josh Mathy. Josh, congratulations as we present you with your medal.
Thank you. Thanks, mate.
Come up a little bit forward. That's on, mate. A third generation Bulldog. You're a very proud family, the Mathy name. You must be extremely honoured and humbled to receive an award like this at such a young age.
Yeah, it's very special. I've grown up at the club. I love the club. Bleed maroon and white, and yeah, it's home. It's home away from home for me, so yeah, it's special.
A breakout year for yourself, cracking into the senior side, and when you looked at the start of the season, not many gave the Wodonga Bulldogs much of a chance, but led by your new coach and Jordan Taylor, the Dogs come so very close to beating the Albury Tigers by one sole point, but you also had a lot of memorable wins along the way in which you started.
Yeah, no, JT's been awesome for us so far, and he's definitely the man for the job with such a young team. Yeah, it hurt losing to Albury, but it was also very humbling getting so close to them. Yeah, we had, I think, 5 games under 2 goals, but you know that comes with a young team, and we'll learn how to close in the tight ones. So yeah.
Well, bolstered with some brilliant recruits already, the Dogs look primed for a big season 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, can you put your hands together for the Richard Hamilton medalist, the Rising Star, Josh Mathy from the Wodonga Bulldogs. And time now to present our Netball Diamond Rising Star, and thanks to Coronet Jewelers for providing tonight's award. From the North Albury Netball Club, put your hands together for Natalie Heaney.
I just would like to thank the North Albury Club, my family, sister, and everyone supporting me. It's been great, a tough year, but we pulled through, and just very grateful. Thank you.
Short and sweet, that's all it needs to be. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our Rising Stars in season 2021. Thanks, guys. Time now to move on to our next award, which is acknowledging what should have been premiers, and hopefully we have them in season 2022. But we must acknowledge our minor premiers for season 2021. I'd like to call upon SSNA Ovens and Murray Director Alison Butler to the stage to present our next awards. And once again, as we stated at the top of the night, the Albury Tigers undefeated in all 3 grades of football, under 18s, reserves and seniors. I'd like to welcome back to the stage Brendan Brown to accept award on behalf of the Albury Tigers. Thanks to Brendan. As we turn our attention now to the netball side of things, in the under-17s, I'd like to welcome Shayla House to the stage to accept the minor premiership for the under-17s, the Wodonga Raiders Netball Club. We'll bring Shayla up to say a few words on behalf of the Raiders. Shayla, congratulations to yourself and the Netball Club. Obviously, in a year where there's not much to celebrate, you must thoroughly enjoy having some recognition for the Raiders in the under-17s.
Yeah, I'm honestly just super happy for the girls.
I like to think that a coach's job is not to get these kind of accolades. It's about supporting the young ones and helping them achieve their best. And Kitely tonight is the thing that we walk away with as a club super proud of, because she honestly deserves it. And we said that often in a team like that, it's hard to take votes because you take it off each other, but she is honestly a champion, and I have no doubt that she will do great things. So I'm mostly proud for her and the team tonight.
And in our inaugural year of under-17s in the SSNA Ovens and Murray netball competition, seems to be a raging success.
Yeah, I think it's great, and I think the transition from 17s to seniors is one that's much more achievable, and I think that it means we'll see lots of these young ones coming up and playing A grade rather than pushing into the C's and B's. We'll see these kids going into the A grade and giving the senior players a run for their money because they're quite talented.
Well, Shayla, on behalf of everyone at the SSNA Ovens and Murray, congratulations to you and the Wodonga Raiders, minor premiers of the SSNA Ovens and Murray under-17s netball. I know the Yarrawonga table are going to love this one. Please welcome back Scott Prendergast from the Yarrawonga Pigeons to accept the minor premiership for the C-grade netball to Yarrawonga. Of course, Yarrawonga, a proud and successful club, not only on the football field but also the netball courts, banging on the door of playing finals in all grades this year, and their A grade was certainly going to give it a shake-up as Scott makes his way up onto the stage. Scott, the modern world is football and netball clubs combined, and Yarrawonga's certainly had a lot of success on the football field in years gone by, and the netballers are certainly starting to make their mark at the JC Low Oval.
Yeah, no, they are. Netball's always been strong at our footy club. I've been involved with the club for 14 years now, and I remember the first time I moved to town. The netball from top to bottom was strong and played finals every year, so it's a credit to the program they run there. The girls this year in C grade, a lot of young players from the 17s came up. First time coach Liv Lovell and Bridget Tate, obviously been around for a long time, so some quality coaches there that help the young girls out to get to where they want to be.
Well, Scott, congratulations on behalf of everyone at the SSNA Ovens and Murray, the C grade minor premiers for 2021. I'd now like to call upon two representatives from the Corowat Rutherglen Netball Club. If Georgie Bruce could make her way to the stage, and Stuart Lingham to accept minor premiers in not only the B grade, but also the A grade for season 2021. We'll get Stuart to say a few words. Stuart, President, I think it's one of your first or second years involved.
First.
Hats off to you. You've taken on a massive job at the Corowat Rutherglen Football Netball Club. Your football program is building from the ground up. But what you guys have built as netballers is absolutely superb.
Sure, yeah, and the girls were pretty disappointed after the way they prepared themselves, but the good thing is they know that they've got the chance to go again, and they're going to stick together. They've already started work for next year, and they're hoping that we can have a COVID-free year and show really what they started to do this year. So, yep.
And I'm sure there's a few people you'd like to thank on behalf of your netball club.
Well, Georgie Bruce, I suppose she's the driver of it. She's the one that gets everybody up and about. But there's certainly plenty of assistance, and the girls all work together. It's not a one-person show, and that's the great thing about our girls. And the way they support the boys and the boys support the girls is one of the really unique things about our club. So it's fantastic, yeah.
Well, Rowena Black and Stuart Lingham, thank you. Doesn't want the mic, Ro? It's all right. We'll wrap things up there. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Stuart Lingham and Rowena Black as Corowat Rutherglen claim minor premiers in the netball for the A and B grade. We had a cracking year of SSNA Ovens and Murray netball, and we're going to cast our eye on some of the best moments of season 2021. tonight's is dubbed the Toni and Morris Medal Night. And let's get stuck into one of the main reasons why we are here. It is the A-grade best and fairest. Judged the fairest and the best player in the netball course for season 2021 is our Toni Wilson Medal. I'd like to call upon SSNA Director Kim Odwin and SSNA Ovens and Murray Subcommittee Chairperson Tamara Matthews back to the stage as we commence our vote count for season 2021. And the SSNA Ovens and Murray, our Toni Wilson Medal. Put your hands together for Kim and Tamara, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, and you're the season opener.
So is that on? I don't know. Did you say it's 10 on or not? Season opener. Yarrawonga versus Albury Tigers. 1 vote, Yarrawonga, Sarah Sanini. 2 votes, Albury Tigers, Rochelle Hill. 3 votes, Yarrawonga, Hannah Symes. Lavington versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote, Lavington, Laura Husky. 2 votes, Lavington, Maddie Lloyd. 3 votes, Rovers, Jenna McLeod.
Round 1. Wangaratta versus Wodonga Raiders. 1 vote, Wangaratta, Kelly Keane. 2 votes, Wangaratta, Hannah Grady. 3 votes, Wangaratta, Rochelle Petts. Coral Rutherglen versus Wodonga Bulldogs. 1 vote, The Ruse, Jessica Bice. 2 votes, Ruse, Brooke Bice. 3 votes, Ruse, Sophie Hanrahan. Wangaratta Rovers versus Albury. 1 vote, Albury, Karina Cameron. 2 votes, Wangaratta Rovers, Kelsey Wilson. 3 votes, Wangaratta Rovers, Sammy Kreltzheim. Yarrawonga versus Lavington. 1 vote, Yarrawonga, Sarah Sanini. 2 votes, Lavington, Maddie Lloyd. 3 votes, Yarrawonga, Laura Irvine. Myrtleford versus North Albury. 1 vote, North Albury, Mia Duray. 2 votes, Myrtleford, Tara Breen. 3 votes, North Albury, Natalie Hegney.
Round 2. Corowa versus Albury. 1 vote, Corowa, Olivia Sinclair. 2 votes, Albury, Gabe McRae. 3 votes, Corowa, Grace Senior. Wangaratta Rovers versus North Albury. 1 vote, North Albury, Emily Brown. 2 votes, Rovers, Katie Pryor. 3 votes, Rovers, Michaela Trethown. Yarrawonga versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Wodonga, Sarah Cardwell. 2 votes, Yarrawonga, Jackie Flanagan. 3 votes, Wodonga, Ella Vandermeer. Lavington versus Raiders. 1 vote, Lavington, Maddie Lloyd. 2 votes, Lavington, Emma Merkel. 3 votes, Lavington, Sarah Meredith. Wangaratta Magpies versus Myrtleford. 1 vote, Myrtleford, Sage Bros. 2 votes, Wangaratta, Kelly Keane. 3 votes, Wangaratta, Hannah Grady.
Round 3. Yarrawonga versus Wodonga Raiders. 1 vote, Yarrawonga, Laura Irvine. 2 votes, Yarrawonga, Hannah Symes. 3 votes, Yarrawonga, Sarah Sanini. Cora Rutherglen versus North Albury. 1 vote, North Albury, Emily Brown. 2 votes, Ruse, Jennifer Barrett. 3 votes, Ruse, Grace Senior. Albury versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Wodonga, Cassie Mathy. 2 votes, Albury, Emily Rod. 3 votes, Albury, Gabe McRae. Lavington versus Myrtleford. 1 vote, Lavington, Maddie Plunkett. 2 votes, Lavington, Sarah Meredith. 3 votes, Lavington, Grace Hay. Wangaratta versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote, Wangaratta, Hannah Grady. 2 votes, Rovers, Sammy Kreltzheim. 3 votes, Wangaratta, Izzy Byrne.
Round 4. Yarrawonga versus Myrtleford. 1 vote, Yarrawonga, Kylie Leslie. 2 votes, Myrtleford, Rhiannon McIlroy. 3 votes, Yarrawonga, Sarah Sanini. Corowa versus Wangaratta Magpies. 1 vote, Corowa, Brooke Bice. 2 votes, Corowa, Grace Senior. 3 votes, Corowa, Sophie Hanrahan. Wodonga Raiders versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Wodonga, Kylie Murphy. 2 votes, Raiders, Taylor Donnellan. 3 votes, Raiders, Danielle Dodderidge. North Albury versus Albury. 1 vote, North Albury, Emily Brown. 2 votes, Albury, Gabe McRae. 3 votes, North Albury, Natalie Hegney.
Round 5. Yarrawonga versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote, Yarrawonga, Laura Davies. 2 votes, Yarrawonga, Bridget Cassar. 3 votes, Yarrawonga, Hannah Symes. Cora Rutherglen versus Lavington. 1 vote, Ruse, Olivia Sinclair. 2 votes, Ruse, Sophie Hanrahan. 3 votes, Ruse, Jennifer Barrett. Myrtleford versus Wodonga Raiders. 1 vote, Myrtleford, Tina Way. 2 votes, Myrtleford, Rebecca Piazza. 3 votes, Myrtleford, Grace McCarroll. Wangaratta versus Albury. 1 vote, Wangaratta, Rochelle Petts. 2 votes, Wangaratta, Izzy Byrne. 3 votes, Wangaratta, Kelly Keane. North Albury versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Wodonga, Kylie Murphy. 2 votes, Wodonga, Ella Vandermeer. 3 votes, North Albury, Emily Brown.
Thanks, Kim and Tamara. Let's cast our eye over the leaderboard after 5 rounds for the Toni Wilson Medal in season 2021. Equal third, both from the Wangaratta Magpies. We have Hannah Grady and Kelly Keane alongside Emily Brown from North Albury on 6. Second place, we have Gabe McRae from the Albury Tigers on 7. And we have a 4-way tie for the leader after 5 rounds for the Toni Wilson Medal. Hannah Symes and Sarah Sanini from Yarrawonga, and from Corowa Rutherglen, Grace Senior and Sophie Hanrahan share the top of the table with 8 votes. And great to have some support from the Ruse table tonight as we hand back over to Tamara to proceed with round 6 for the Toni Wilson Medal.
Round 6. Corowa versus Yarrawonga. 1 vote, Corowa, Liv Sinclair. 2 votes, Corowa, Grace Senior. 3 votes, Corowa, Sophie Hanrahan. Wodonga Raiders versus Rovers. 1 vote, Rovers, Jenna McLeod. 2 votes, Raiders, Brooke Price. 3 votes, Rovers, Ashley Martin. Albury versus Lavington. 1 vote, Albury, Gabe McRae. 2 votes, Lavington, Maggie Young. 3 votes, Albury, Rochelle Hill. Wangaratta versus North Albury. 1 vote, Wangaratta, Kelly Keane. 2 votes, Wangaratta, Katie Dean. 3 votes, Wangaratta Hannah Grady. Myrtleford versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Wodonga Kylie Murphy. 2 votes, Myrtleford Sage Bros. 3 votes, Myrtleford Tina Way.
Round 7. Cora Rutherglen versus Wodonga Raiders. 1 vote, Corowa Emily Larissy. 2 votes, Corowa Olivia Sinclair. 3 votes, Corowa Grace Senior. Lavington versus North Albury. 1 vote, Lavington Grace Hay. 2 votes, North Albury Natalie Hegney. 3 votes, Lavington Maddie Lloyd. Myrtleford versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote, Rovers Sammy Kreltzheim. 2 votes, Myrtleford Sage Bros. 3 votes, Myrtleford Rebecca Piazza. Wangaratta versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Wangaratta Hannah Grady. 2 votes, Wangaratta Izzy Byrne. 3 votes, Wangaratta Kelly Keane.
Round 8. Lavington versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Lavington Sarah Meredith. 2 votes, Wodonga Kylie Murphy. 3 votes, Lavington Maddie Lloyd. Yarrawonga versus Wangaratta. 1 vote, Yarrawonga Tilly Kennedy. 2 votes, Yarrawonga Kylie Leslie. 3 votes, Wangaratta Izzy Byrne. Corowa versus Rovers. 1 vote, Rovers Katie Pryor. 2 votes, Corowa Brooke Bice. 3 votes, Corowa Liv Sinclair. Myrtleford versus Albury. 1 vote, Myrtleford Sage Bros. 2 votes, Myrtleford Tina Way. 3 votes, Myrtleford Rebecca Piazza. North Albury versus Raiders. 1 vote, North Albury Mia Duray. 2 votes, North Albury Natalie Hegney. 3 votes, North Albury Emily Brown.
So thanks to Tamara and Kim. As we cast our eye over the leaderboard for the 2021 Tony Wilson medal after round 10, keep in mind we have just 3 games to go due to a shortened season. The leaderboard after round 9. An equal 5th. Round 9 votes still to go. Well, we don't have them on stage, so we might have to do them off the projector and do this on the fly.
Yes, we do.
You've got them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You just came out and said it was break time.
Nothing better than an MC than stuffs the night up. We've got the round 9 votes still to go, so back to you, Kim, and you can take that out of my wage, Craig.
Thank you, Gus. Round 9. Wangaratta versus Wodonga Raiders. 1 vote, Wangaratta Izzy Byrne. 2 votes, Wangaratta Amanda Umansky. 3 votes, Wangaratta Kelly Keane. Yarrawonga versus Lavington. 1 vote, Lavington Sarah Meredith. 2 votes, Lavington Anja Demanuel. 3 votes, Lavington Maddie Lloyd. Cora Rutherglen versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Corowa Sophie Hanrahan. 2 votes, Corowa Grace Senior. 3 votes, Corowa Emily Larissy. Myrtleford versus North Albury. 1 vote, Myrtleford Tina Way. 2 votes, Myrtleford Grace McCarroll. 3 votes, Myrtleford Rebecca Piazza. Albury versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote, Albury Rochelle Hill. 2 votes, Albury Gabe McRae. 3 votes, Wangaratta Rovers Jenna McLeod. Thanks, Gus.
Round 10. Oh, is that on? Round 10. Wangaratta versus Lavington. 1 vote, Wangaratta, Ebony Norris. 2 votes, Lavington, Sarah Meredith. 3 votes, Wangaratta, Izzy Byrne. Corowa versus Myrtleford. 1 vote, Corowa, Liv Sinclair. 2 votes, Myrtleford, Tina Way. 3 votes, Corowa, Sophie Hanrahan. Wangaratta Rovers versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Wodonga, Sarah Cardwell. 2 votes, Wodonga, Ella Vandermeer. 3 votes, Rovers, Ashley Martin. Yarrawonga versus North Albury. 1 vote, Yarrawonga, Olivia Lovell. 2 votes, Yarrawonga, Sarah Sanini. 3 votes, Yarrawonga, Kylie Leslie. Albury versus Raiders. 1 vote, Raiders, Brooke Price. 2 votes, Raiders, Charlie Conway. 3 votes, Raiders, Maggie St John. And now they're pausing. Now you're right. It says it on the paper.
It certainly wouldn't be an events night without the MC stuffing something up, so I apologise for that, and thank you to Tamara and Kim. Finally, let's have a look. Round 10 of the Tony Wilson medal as we cast our eye over the leaderboard. In equal 5th from the Wangaratta Magpies, we have Hannah Grady, Sarah Sanini from Yarrawonga, and Gabe McRae from Albury Tigers, all on 10 votes. In 4th position, Rebecca Piazza from Myrtleford on 11. 3rd position on 13 votes from the Wangaratta Magpies is Kelly Keane. Equal 2nd from the Lavington Panthers, Maddie Lloyd and Izzy Byrne from Wangaratta on 14. And joint leaders with 3 rounds to go for the 2021 Tony Wilson medal, both from Corowa Rutherglen Netball Club, Grace Senior and Sophie Hanrahan on 15 votes respectively. So many talented names we've heard across tonight's vote getters for the 2021 Tony Wilson medal. And in an Ovens and Murray first, ladies and gentlemen, we have decided to award Teams of the Year. This year's Netball Team of the Year was voted for by coaches and peers and then put forward to a panel of media to select. And we'll kick things off with the goalkeeper. From the Lavington Panthers, Sarah Meredith. Goal defence from the Corowa Rutherglen Netball Club, Sophie Hanrahan. Wing defence from the North Albury Hoppers, Emily Brown. In the centre from the Wangaratta Magpies, Izzy Byrne. Goal attack from Yarrawonga in her new colours, Sarah Sanini. Or goal attack, I should say. Wing attack is Sage Bros from the Myrtleford Alpine Saints. And a no-brainer to be the goal shooter in season 2021 from Corowa Rutherglen, Grace Senior. Across the interchange, we have Rebecca Piazza from the Myrtleford Alpine Saints, Hannah Grady from Wangaratta, Laura Irvine from Yarrawonga, Maddie Lloyd from Lavington, and Amanda Umansky from the Wangaratta Magpies. Our captain of the 2021 SSNA Ovens and Murray Team of the Year. She rediscovered her love of the game and found some form that we saw in years gone by. The captain is Sarah Sanini from the Yarrawonga Pigeons. And the coach from the Myrtleford Alpine Saints is Tina Way. And if Tina could join us on stage, that'd be superb. Of course, Myrtleford had a cracking season this year, joining their footballers in a rise up the ladder. And put your hands together once again, Tina Way, the 2021 Team of the Year coach. Tina, I know you've got a cracking squad at Myrtleford that represent you each and every day in the A grade, but I tell you what, if we put that side on the netball court, I don't think anyone's going to get anywhere near them.
That is a fantastic side up there on the board, and as coaches, a few of you that are in the room, we get to put our vote forward, and several of mine were up there, so I was pretty happy to see that a lot of the coaches were on the same page.
If you had to pick a player in the competition to put in
the colours of the Myrtleford Alpine Saints, red, white and black, particularly from our Team of the Year. If you could bring one in, who would you pick?
Some height would be good in Myrtleford because we're all about my height and I'm not very tall. I'd probably put Grace Senior in there for the Saints.
Well, a cracking side has been selected and someone needs to lean it. That's yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Tina Way, our SSNA Ovens and Murray Team of the Year coach. A tradition that hopefully can stay for many years to come is our Team of the Year. And congratulations to all those selected. With 3 rounds to go in the 2021 Toni Wilson Medal, I'll hand things back over to Tamara Matthews and Kim Odoin to proceed the votes for the last 3 rounds.
Round 11. Cora Rutherglen versus North Albury. 1 vote North Albury, Neve Boyer. 2 votes Corowa, Emily Larissy. 3 votes Corowa, Grace Senior. Lavington versus Myrtleford. 1 vote Myrtleford, Sophie Capillari. 2 votes Lavington, Ange D'Emanuel. 3 votes Lavington, Maddie Lloyd. Yarrawonga versus Wodonga Raiders. 1 vote Yarrawonga, Olivia Lovell. 2 votes Raiders, Brooke Price. 3 votes Yarrawonga, Tilly Kennedy. Albury versus Wodonga. 1 vote Albury, Kristen Andrews. 2 votes Albury, Emily Rodd. 3 votes Albury, Katie Rawlings. Wangaratta versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote Wangaratta, Shay Crimmins. 2 votes Wangaratta, Hannah Grady. 3 votes Wangaratta, Katie Dean.
Round 12. Wangaratta versus Corowa. 1 vote Wangaratta, Izzy Byrne. 2 votes Corowa, Emily Larissy. 3 votes Wangaratta, Hannah Grady. Lavington versus Rovers. 1 vote Rovers, Jenna McLeod. 2 votes Lavington, Maddie Plunkett. 3 votes Lavington, Maddie Lloyd. Yarrawonga versus Myrtleford. 1 vote Yarrawonga, Laura Irvine. 2 votes Yarrawonga, Annalise Grinter. 3 votes Yarrawonga, Sarah Sanini. Wodonga Raiders versus Wodonga. 1 vote Wodonga, Elizabeth Murphy. 2 votes Raiders, Maggie St John. 3 votes Raiders, Brooke Price. Albury versus North Albury. 1 vote Albury, Emily Rodd. 2 votes Albury, Sky Hillier. 3 votes Albury, Rochelle Hill.
Round 17. Lavington versus Wodonga. 1 vote Wodonga, Maddie McFarlane. 2 votes Lavington, Grace Hay. 3 votes Lavington, Angela D'Emanuel. Cora Rutherglen versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote Corowa, Brooke Bice. 2 votes Corowa, Sophie Hanrahan. 3 votes Corowa, Jessica Bice. Wodonga Raiders versus North Albury. 1 vote Wodonga Raiders, Molly McGrath. 2 votes Wodonga Raiders, Maggie St John. 3 votes Wodonga Raiders, Charlie Conway. Yarrawonga versus Wangaratta. 1 vote Yarrawonga, Annalise Grinter. 2 votes Wangaratta, Izzy Byrne. 3 votes Yarrawonga, Laura Irvine. Myrtleford versus Albury. 1 vote Myrtleford, Grace McCarroll. 2 votes, Myrtleford, Rebecca Piazza. 3 votes, Myrtleford, Tina Way.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that precedes the votes for season 2021 in the Toni Wilson Medal. And let's have a look at the final vote getters for season 2021. In equal fifth, we have 3 players. From the Myrtleford Alpine Saints, Rebecca Piazza. From Yarrawonga, Sarah Sanini. And from Wangaratta, Kelly Keane on 13 votes. In fourth place, with 15 votes from the Wangaratta Magpies, Hannah Grady. In third place, we have 2 recipients from the Wangaratta Magpies, Izzy Byrne, and from Corowat Rutherglen, Sophie Hanrahan on 17 votes. In second position, with 18 votes, once again from Corowat Rutherglen Netball Club, Grace Senior. And our winner, with 20 votes, your 2021 Toni Wilson medalist from the Lavington Panthers is Maddie Lloyd. The 2021 Toni Wilson medalist from the Lavington Panthers is Maddie Lloyd. Maddie has had yet another dominant season for the Lavington Panthers, playing in wing attack, wing defence, but also cementing herself as one of the best centres in the competition. Dubbed an unassuming player who can often fly under the radar, Maddie is super fit, covers the courts all day and plays her role to perfection. With a work ethic that is rivalled by few, Maddie often brings the best out of her teammates. Noted as one of the toughest players in the competition, with brilliant ball use and a game sense that is rivalled by few. Midway through the season, many feared a broken wrist for Lloyd. However, those tough traits stood out once again, returning to the courts with 3 best-on-ground performances. Accumulating 20 votes for the season, polling in 8 games, including 5 best-on-court performances. Your 2021 Toni Wilson medalist is Maddie Lloyd from the Lavington Panthers. Crowns the 2021 Toni Wilson medalist, Maddie Lloyd from the Lavington Panthers. I'll grab Kane to just grab that microphone. Polled in 8 games, including 5 best on-court performances. I can see there's a little bit of nerves. First and foremost, congratulations. You're the 2021 Toni Wilson medalist.
Yeah, I'm really, really nervous right now. Sorry, I'm not really good at speaking when I'm really nervous either, but thank you.
You join a list of decorated netball names in a sporting family, the Lloyds, which is synonymous with the Ovens of Murray and football within the region. Now you join your brothers on the highest stage. What's it feel like to be not only representing your club, but also your family receiving an award like the Toni Wilson Medal?
Yeah, look, I'm really humble as well. Look, it's not something you obviously played for. And in terms of my family, I don't know if he knows it, but Josh, my older brother, is probably one of my biggest heroes. He's actually really shown me what courage and bravery is. I don't know if many people know how many injuries he's had, but him coming back from all those has really shown me what that's all about.
A new look Lavington side this year. You were a key link between a very strong defensive court, or defensive third I should say, but a brand new attacking third at the Lavington Panthers. You played a pivotal role in providing brilliant service to your shooters. What was it like with some new players in the side at Lavington this year?
Look, this year obviously, yeah, it's a completely new side it was, but we all gelled so well and we formed really great friendships, and I don't think I played a pivotal role personally, but yeah, look, having young talent come through like Livy Sanson and new talent like Maddie Plunkett, it's great to see.
Many suspected a broken wrist midway through season 2021, and you mentioned your brother, how tough he is coming back from multiple knee injuries. It seems it's in the genes of the Lloyd family. with what was dubbed a broken wrist, you made a comeback to the courts in 2 weeks and got 3 best on-court performances. So I don't know if you need to do that every year, but it seems a little 2-week break with a little bit of cast certainly helped your season progress.
Yeah, look, I'm probably not going to do that next year. My partner Tom wasn't really happy with having to do cooking for a whole week, and I'm probably going to have to follow out the X-ray clinic because it definitely wasn't broken in the end, so thankfully.
Maddie, I'm sure there's some people that you'd like to thank.
Yeah, a lot, and obviously because I'm really nervous, I'm probably going to forget everyone. But first and foremost, I'd love to thank the Ovens and Murray League for giving us the season that was in 2021. It was so great to see community sport come back and having that time with friends again, and everyone around the club was great. Also to Lavy Panthers, I couldn't imagine playing for another club. You guys are amazing and provide so much support as well. To my family, and particularly to my partner Tom, who has to put up with me all the time, which thank you to everyone. And thank you as well to all my teammates and all my family and friends for supporting me all along the way. For the girl that always got told she was too short, hopefully I've grown a little bit more than back then. So thank you everyone, and I'm sorry if I didn't thank anyone I should have.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could all be upstanding and join me in a toast to the 2021 Toni Wilson medalist from the Lavington Panthers, Maddie Lloyd. Put your hands together once again, ladies and gentlemen, Maddie Lloyd. We will take another break. When we return, we'll cast our eyes over the votes for the 2021 Morris Medal. If you're watching the live stream, Blake Escott and Chris Mitchell with another halftime break coming your way.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
G'day, I'm Kev Poulton. Bright has certainly changed since my family moved here almost 40 years ago. My old school's in Albury though, they look mostly the same. I got married right here, and this is where our 5 kids were born. These days I spend a lot of time here. No matter where you live, we all call this region home. And now, together with Kylie King, I get to share your stories. So join us, Kylie and Kev for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a mouth-watering Scotch fillet served with your choice of sides and sauce from just $25. Or use your Dine and Discover voucher. All at Social Dining and Bar at the SSNA.
Rule 1. No internet search.
With new Optus Pause, you can pause your mobile and home Wi-Fi connections with one touch and make the most of moments that matter. It starts with yes.
Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, paste it, and erase it. Drag.
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Write it, space it, and erase it.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer, it's pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SSNA.
Hi, I'm Kylie King. I first fell in love with this region as the Prime News sports presenter. Sometimes this feels like my second home. I love our historic towns and vibrant cities, our passion for sport, and of course the people who make it special. And now I get to share what's important in our region with Kev Poulton. So join us, Kylie and Kev for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Everyone knows Australia has four big banks, but there's another big bank snapping at their heels. With 1.9 million customers, it's regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
I'm sitting across the photo, mate, for our Facebook page.
Recognise this face? I've been in more beer ads than anyone else. All I'm told to do is smile, sit down.
Chris and I are going to do a
0.0% alcohol.
I can upgrade heavy machinery! I can actually drive! Onward, beer drinkers!
Rewrite the rules. Carlton 0.
Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, space it, and erase it. Drag
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Play it, write it, space it, and erase it.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
G'day, I'm Kev Poulton. Bright has certainly changed since my family moved here almost 40 years ago. My old school's in Albury though, they look mostly the same. I got married right here, and this is where our 5 kids were born. These days, I spend a lot of time here. No matter where you live, we all call this region home. And now, together with Kylie King, I get to share your stories. So join us, Kylie and Kev, for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Welcome to the O&M Toni Wilson and Morris Medal live stream, wherever you're watching from around the world. We hope you're enjoying your evening so far, and we are now joined, Chriso, by the lady of the moment, Maddie Lloyd, Toni Wilson medalist. You just said before that you couldn't believe it. How are you feeling?
Really overwhelmed actually right now, so yeah, did not expect it at all, and feeling very humble right now.
Maddie, you polled 20 votes and 5 best on courts in only a 13-game season. How did you see your season? Injury concern during the campaign as well?
Yeah, it was a potential broken skate for you, but wasn't in the end, which is great. But yeah, I definitely did not see my season panning out this way at all. We have so much talent within our team itself, so yeah.
Obviously, you took your game to a complete new level this year. What do you put that down to? Obviously, you know, just such a 13-game season. You had that injury. What do you put your form down to in becoming a wonderful player in the O&M A-grade netball?
Look, I actually put it down to my teammates, to be honest. They really made me look good. And yeah, look, anyone that knows me is that I'm my own harshest critic, so I'm working 100% on anything I possibly can do throughout the season.
You're pretty emotional. Obviously means quite a fair bit to you, doesn't it, to win an award like this and be amongst some of the netball greats in the competition. I mean, it's a fantastic achievement. You must be really, really proud.
I do feel quite proud, but also I never thought I'd be the calibre that I've ever won this award either, so it's very...
Good stuff.
Very amazing.
You mentioned your brother Josh Lloyd, who plays for North Albury. I think he still plays. He's not retired yet, is he?
Oh,
or maybe. Yeah, we might have an exclusive there. You said he's been a great influence on your career, mainly because of the resilience he's shown to overcome his injuries, or?
Yeah, 100%. And like I said, I don't think he even really knows that. So good news, Josh. Yeah, look, he's had a very long list of injuries, and to show his resilience, bravery, and courage, it's something I definitely admire. Hopefully I can follow in those footsteps as well.
What about next year? Obviously, you girls had an all right season in the netball so far. What are you looking forward to next year? And you reckon you girls can push up and challenge against the likes of the Yarrawongas, the Wangarattas, and of course the Colorado Glenns?
Yeah, look, in the back end of the season, I 100% think we basically did that as well. And if we can stay together and keep gelling like we have, and we all are great friends off the court as well, so that bond there is, expect good things for us next year, I think.
Fantastic. Well, we'll let you get back to it, Maddie. Obviously, a wonderful achievement. You're the 2021 Toni Wilson medalist. Be super excited. Congratulations, and be wonderfully proud of your achievements. Well done.
Thanks all.
Enjoy that champagne. How good's that? Well done, Maddie. Chriso, Maddie, we'll let you get back to your evening.
Thanks, guys.
Well done. 5 best on ground.
Yeah, it was a great count too.
Yeah,
He's a great senior. Really went neck and neck, didn't they? and a lot of 3 and 2 votes for those two Corowa Rutherglen girls as well. But yeah, Maddie sort of came from the clouds. She was sort of keeping in touch with the leaderboard halfway mark and 3/4 through the count, but made her mark right at the end there, and is a Toni Wilson medalist.
An amazing achievement, and as we said before the night started, Chris, we expected a lot of the vote accumulators to be from the Wangaratta Magpies, Corowa Rutherglen, and of course Yarrawonga. We didn't see that with obviously Izzy Byrne and Hannah Grady polled really well for the Wangaratta Magpies, and we saw Grace Senior poll 18 votes, Sophie Henrahan poll 17 votes, so they sort of did make up that top echelon, and Maddie came from the clouds.
Yeah, and I thought Sage Bros would have got a few more votes from Myrtleford. Beck Piazza might have stolen a few of those off her, but Izzy Byrne had a great season. She was here tonight, so obviously a contender as well, but Hannah Grady, great defender there for the Magpies, and another good season, and didn't quite get there, but yeah, Maddie deserving winner.
What about some of the other award winners we saw before that, Chris? Obviously the Diamond Netball Rising Star, obviously Natalie Heagney from the North Albury Hoppers. Great to see North Albury feature on a night like tonight and win an award, so well done to Natalie, and they're building a pretty good young crop down there at North Albury.
Yeah, they are. They've led the way for many years in the netball, the Hoppers, so yeah, great to see them still producing those guns, and yeah, Maddie obviously didn't cross over with her brother. She might have started at North, I'm not sure. But, yeah, they've always been a powerhouse, the Hoppers in the netball, and keep producing those guns, and I think Shayla House is one of them, still playing, I think, for the Hoppers.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, they're floating around, and obviously they'd be even much better with Grace Senior in there, obviously, who went to Corowa. So a great netball club there.
And really quickly before we go to our next break and get to the big award, the Morris Medal, Josh Mathy from the Wodonga Bulldogs, absolute star. He took out the club's best and fairest as an 18-year-old kid, claiming the Rising Star as well.
Yeah, he's going to be one to watch, isn't he, in a few years' time, when he really finds his feet in the R&M. And he beat some good players too.
Max Beatty,
and even to win the best and fairest at the club level. So Cody Zeus, one of them, obviously a Sandford player as well. So yeah, great to see Josh here tonight as well, and representing his club.
We are about to get started for the O&M Morris Medal, the big count. Is it going to be Abraham Ankers? Is it going to be Tom Goodwin? Is it going to be Fletcher Carroll, Anthony Miles from the Albury Tigers? Find out right after this, after a word from our wonderful sponsors. I hope you are enjoying O&M Toni Wilson and Morris Medal evening.
Rule 1. No internet searching.
With new Optus Pause, you can pause your mobile and home Wi-Fi connections with one touch and make the most of moments that matter. It starts with yes.
Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, space it, and erase it. Drag
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Play it, write it, space it, and erase it.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SSNA.
Hi, I'm Kylie King. I first fell in love with this region as the Prime News sports presenter. Sometimes this feels like my second home. I love our historic towns and vibrant cities, our passion for sport, and of course the people who make it special. And now I get to share what's important in our region with Kev Poulton. So join us, Kylie and Kev, for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks, but there's another big bank snapping at their heels. With 1.9 million customers, it's regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Recognise this face? I've been in more beer ads than anyone else, and all I'm told to do is smile, sip and laugh a bit. 0.0% alcohol? This changes everything.
I can swim! I can upgrade heavy machinery! I can actually drive! Onwards, beer drinkers!
Rewrite the rules. Carlton Zero. The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
G'day, I'm Kev Poulton. Bright has certainly changed since my family moved here almost 40 years ago. My old school's in Albury though, they look mostly the same. I got married right here, and this is where our 5 kids were born. These days, I spend a lot of time here. No matter where you live, we all call this region home. And now, together with Kylie King, I get to share your stories. So join us, Kylie and Kev, for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a mouth-watering Scotch fillet served with your choice of sides and sauce from just $25. Or use your Dine and Discover voucher. All at Social Dining and Bar at the SSNA.
Rule 1. No internet searching.
With new Optus Pause, you can pause your mobile and home Wi-Fi connections with one touch and make the most of moments that matter. It starts with yes.
Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, space it, and erase it. Drag
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Play it, write it, space it, and erase it.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SSNA.
Hi, I'm Kylie King. I first fell in love with this region as the Prime News sports presenter. Sometimes this feels like my second home. I love our historic towns and vibrant cities, our passion for sport, and of course the people who make it special. And now I get to share what's important in our region with Kev Poulton. So join us, Kylie and Kev, for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks, but there's another big bank snapping at their heels. With 1.9 million customers, it's regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Recognise this face? I've been in more beer ads than anyone else, and all I'm told to do is smile, sip and laugh a bit.
0.0% alcohol.
This changes everything.
I can swim! I can upgrade heavy machinery! I can actually drive! Onward, beer drinkers!
Rewrite the rules. Carlton Zero. The new Nissan.
Tonight's proceedings.
Yes.
Once again, a big congratulations to Maddie Lloyd, 2021 titles and medals.
Is it fish? Is it? You want DDI?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now call upon Mr. David Sinclair, the chairman of the SSNA Ovens and Murray, to commence our 4 nominees for the 2021
Very surreal.
Morris Medal. And as David makes his way to the stage, you can all make your way back to your seats as we recommence tonight's proceedings.
I don't really seem to get it much.
No, Nick Court's never met, so that's why I was like, get it!
Congrats.
So we're going to go get pissed now.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
I just got that one. Do you only need one photo of that? I thought it was like a good one. Maybe get one. Round one.
Wangaratta Rovers versus Lavington Panthers. 1 vote Lavington Panthers, Luke Garland. 2 votes Wangaratta Rovers, Sam Carpenter. 3 votes, Wangaratta Rovers, Sam Murray. Sorry, that was the season opener of the first 2 rounds that we played that weekend. So round 1. Wangaratta versus Wodonga Raiders. 1 vote Wangaratta, Matt Kelly. 2 votes Wangaratta, Callum Moore. 3 votes Wangaratta, Joe Richards. Coral Rutherglen versus Wodonga. 1 vote Wodonga, Thomas Johnson. 2 votes Corowa, Tom Goodwin. 3 votes Corowa, Damien Wilson. Albury versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote Albury, Sean Daly. 2 votes Albury, Jake Gaynor. 3 votes Wangaratta Rovers, Tyler Roos. Lavington Panthers versus Yarrawonga. 1 vote Yarrawonga, Mark Wiley. 2 votes Lavington Panthers, Nico Sedgwick. 3 votes Lavington Panthers, Aidan Johnson. Myrtleford versus North Albury. 1 vote Myrtleford, Riley Sharp. 2 votes Myrtleford, Matt Munro. 3 votes Myrtleford, Lockie Dale.
Round 2 saw Jordan Taylor and the Wodonga Bulldogs on top of the world as the Doggies snared a 7-point win over Yarrawonga under the lights at Martin Park. The Albury Tigers flexed their muscles against the Roos, with recruits Jacob Conlon and Fletcher Carroll leading the way.
Tyson Logie did well, shoveled it out, Conlon was good, back to Garland, Garland from the impossible angle!
Whilst the Rovers bounced back with an impressive win over North Albury at Bunsen Park. Two fixtures under lights saw Lavington prove too strong for the Wodonga Raiders, with Nico Sedgwick making an early claim for the mark of the year.
Oh, Sedgwick! Up over the top, takes one of the marks of the season.
But at the Normins Oval in Wangaratta, despite only registering 1 goal 16 for the first half, the Wangaratta Magpies, led by Abraham Ankers, turned it around in the second half and proved they mean business in 2021 with a 66-point win over the Myrtleford Saints. Ankers gets on the end of this one. Abraham Ankers lines up from 45, still on goal today. What a recruit Abraham Ankers has been. He's been electric in this third quarter. He pops up, he's got his first.
Round 2. Albury versus Coral Rutherglen. 1 vote Albury, Luke Daly. 2 votes Coral Rutherglen, Tom Goodwin. 3 votes Albury, Braden O'Hara. Wangaratta Rovers versus North Albury. 1 vote Wangaratta Rovers, Callum McFadden. 2 votes Alex Mark Clue. 3 votes Wangaratta Rovers, Dylan Stone. Wodonga versus Yarrawonga. 1 vote Wodonga, Thomas Johnson. 2 votes Wodonga, Cade Mimo. 3 votes Wodonga, Josh Matthew. Lavington versus Wodonga Raiders. 1 vote Wodonga Raiders, Jared Hodgkin. 2 votes Lavington, Sam Hopper. 3 votes Lavington, Aidan Johnson. Wangaratta versus Myrtleford. 1 vote Wangaratta, Callum Moore. 2 votes Wangaratta, Abraham Ankers. 3 votes Wangaratta, Joe Richards.
Round 3 action in the SSNA Ovens and Murray had it all. The Albury Tigers remained undefeated with a strong win over Wodonga. In front of their home fans, the Roos made it 2-1 with a comfortable win over North Albury. Jared Hodgkin and the Wodonga Raiders secured their first victory of 2021 with a 21-point victory over Yarrawonga. The Myrtleford Alpine Saints hosted Lavington under lights, and the Panthers were bolstered with the return of 2019 Did Simpson medalist Sean Manor. However, inaccurate goal kicking from the Panthers saw the Saints claim a 5-point win, with Riley Sharp and Lockie Dale bringing their goal-kicking boots to the McNamara Reserve. With 4 out of 5 games completed on Saturday, The scene was set on Sunday, one of the most highly anticipated Wangaratta derbies in over a decade. The tone of the game was set early, with boom recruit for the Magpies, Callum Moore, flying high with arguably one of the best marks we've seen in 2021.
Beauty! Cal Moore!
In a game that had it all, the Rovers hit the front in front of their home fans, showing grit and determination to get the job done. Cody Schutt put the Rovers in front by 5 points at the 20-minute mark in the last.
Courageous! Toni Schutt comes in goal! Toni Schutt the on goal today! What a mark! What a goal! What a moment from Toni Schutt!
And 3 minutes later, Jamison Daniels sealed the deal.
Daniels goes bang!
A Rovers win for the ages at the WJ Finlay Oval wraps up round 3 in the SSNA Ovens and Murray.
Possible! Wangaratta has been beaten!
Round 3. Wodonga Raiders versus Yarrawonga. 1 vote, Wodonga Raiders, Bradley St John. 2 votes, Wodonga Raiders, Jared Hodgkin. 3 votes, Wodonga Raiders, Scott Meyer. Cora Rutherglen versus North Albury. 1 vote, North Albury, Jackson Wiedemann. 2 votes, Corowa, Caelan Bradkey. 3 votes, Corowa, Tom Goodwin. Albury versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Albury, Riley Bice. 2 votes, Albury, Braden O'Hara. 3 votes, Albury, Jesse Wilson. Myrtleford versus Lavington. 1 vote, Myrtleford, Matt Dussin. 2 votes, Lavington, Sean Manor. 3 votes, Myrtleford, Dawson Simpson. Wangaratta Rovers versus Wangaratta. 1 vote, Wangaratta, Zach Leach. 2 votes, Wangaratta Rovers, Tyler Roos. 3 votes, Wangaratta Rovers, Ryan Hebron.
Round 4 of the SSNA Ovens and Murray kicked off back in March at the recently redeveloped Lavington Sports Ground. The reigning premiers Lavington hosted the Rovers, who stunned the Panthers with a 31-point victory. On April 24th at Yarrawonga, back on their home turf at the JC Low Oval, Yarrawonga hosted Myrtleford in a tight contest. The Pigeons showed moments of brilliance, including Connor Griffiths popping up with a contender for Goal of the Year. But it was the Saints running away 10-point victors, with Kurt Ayler sealing the deal late in the final quarter. Under the lights of the Norm Minns Oval, the Wangaratta Magpies maintained their unbeaten run with a 71-point victory over the Roos. Josh Porter starring in the victory with a 4-goal haul. And on one of the biggest days in the football calendar, Anzac Day saw crosstown rivals lock horns. Jacob Conlon booted 9 goals to stamp his authority on the match, as the Albury Tigers were too strong for North Albury. Whilst at Martin Park in Wodonga, the Dogs and the Raiders had plenty for the highlights reel.
Big forward, big grab! Rain has taken a beauty!
The Raiders, bolstered by the inclusion of Jordan Neagle, returning from a stint to the Sandful, as he booted 5 goals to seal the Raiders a 61-point win.
There we go, so Neagle gets the goal. It's a big start for the Raiders.
Myrtleford versus Yarrawonga. 1 vote Yarrawonga, Harry Wheeler. 2 votes Myrtleford, Matt Munro. 3 votes Myrtleford, Dawson Simpson. Wangaratta versus Corowa. 1 vote Wangaratta, Abraham Ankers. 2 votes Wangaratta, Joe Richards. 3 votes Wangaratta, Callum Moore. Albury versus North Albury. 1 vote Albury, Jake Gaynor. 2 votes Albury, Fletcher Carroll. 3 votes Albury, Jacob Conlon. Wodonga Raiders versus Wodonga. 1 vote Wodonga Raiders, Jared Hodgkin. 2 votes Wodonga Raiders, Scott Meyer. 3 votes Wodonga Raiders, Steve Jolliffe.
Round 5 of the SSNA Ovens and Murray was a weekend of upsets. Corowa Rutherglen stunned the competition with a fantastic win over Lavington, which featured Kyle Doherty booting 8 majors. The Wodonga Raiders had a cracking 10-point win over Myrtleford at the McNamara Reserve, with Isaac Muller dominant in the ruck for the boys in red and blue. The Wangaratta Rovers were at home to Yarrawonga and led by 10 points at half-time before the Pigeons slowly started to find their groove. Full forward Matt Casey finished with 4 goals and 8 behinds for the day. But it was one of the 3 Bailey Frauenfelder goals that got the job done for the Pigeons, their first win of 2021 with a 20-point margin.
He loves it, they get around him.
The Bulldogs booted 30 goals to secure a win over North Albury, with the young pups of the side, Cody Zusk, Ethan Redcliffe and Oscar Wilding putting on a show. And last but certainly not least, in one of the biggest games of the season to date, the Albury Tigers hosted the Wangaratta Magpies under lights. Boom recruits from Griffith, Jacob and Lucas Conlon, guided the Tigers to a 2-goal victory. Brother Jacob popping up with 5 goals. A massive round of action in the SSNA Ovens and Murray.
Round 5. Wodonga versus North Albury. 1 vote Wodonga, Cade Mimo. 2 votes Wodonga, Ethan Redcliffe. 3 votes Wodonga, Cody Zust. Yarrawonga versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote Yarrawonga, Bailey Frauenfelder. 2 votes Yarrawonga, Matt Casey. 3 votes Yarrawonga, Jack Sexton. Corowa versus Lavington. 1 vote Corowa, Tom Goodwin. 2 votes Corowa, Cameron Wilson. 3 votes Corowa, Damien Wilson. Wodonga Raiders versus Myrtleford. 1 vote Myrtleford, Riley O'Shea. 2 votes Wodonga Raiders, Isaac Muller. 3 votes Wodonga Raiders, Max Beattie. Albury versus Wangaratta. 1 vote Albury, Anthony Miles. 2 votes Wangaratta, Callum Moore. 3 votes Albury, Jacob Conlon.
An action-packed first 5 rounds in the SSNA Ovens and Murray Morris medalists, and let's cast our eyes over the leaderboard after round 5, an equal third. Jake Gaynor and Braden O'Hara from the Albury Tigers, Scott Meyer of the Wodonga Raiders and Tyler Roos of the Wangaratta Rovers on 5 votes. Equal second from Corowa Rutherglen, we have Damien Wilson, joined by Aidan Johnson of the Lavington Panthers, Dawson Simpson of the Myrtleford Alpine Saints, Jacob Conlon of the Albury Tigers, and all on 6 votes. And the leaders after round 5 in a 3-way tie at the top of the table. Corowa Rutherglen's Tom Goodwin, and the Wangaratta Magpies represented by Joe Richards and Callum Moore, as we cast our eyes over round 6 of the SSNA Ovens and Murray. Round 6 in the SSNA Ovens and Murray Football League was a beauty. Lavington hosted Albury and the Tigers had too much firepower up forward, with Jeff Garbutt booting 3 majors. But Fletcher Carroll and Anthony Miles stole the show, with the recruits dominating in the midfield. Yarrawonga held on in a thriller as they hosted the Roos, and with an even team performance did enough to claim a 4-point win. The Rovers bounced back at the Birrelea Park to claim a 17-point victory, with Sam Allen registering a contender for Goal of the Year.
Allen gets it back. He keeps on going. Banana from Sammy Allen. Oh. What a finish and what a goal from Sam Allen. A steal line goal today. That is a finish and a half. What a goal, boys. 20 metres out, hard up against the boundary, Scotty.
The Myrtleford Alpine Saints survived a scare from the Dogs, a 9-point win, with some familiar faces steering the ship at the McNamara Reserve. The Wangaratta Magpies hosted North Albury at the Normans Oval, whilst Mick Newton managed to boot 8 goals. Cal Moore showed the competition just how good he could be. Fresh off an AFL pre-season, 4 bounces and a dash over 100 metres led to a cracking goal. goal for the highlights reel wraps up round 6 in the SSNA Ovens and Murray.
Round 6, Yarrawonga versus Corowa. 1 vote, Corowa, Hayden Filipponi. 2 votes, Yarrawonga, Jack Sexton. 3 votes, Corowa, Cameron Wilson. Wangaratta Rovers versus Wodonga Raiders. 1 vote, Wangaratta Rovers, Cody Schutt. 2 votes, Wodonga Raiders, Jared Hodgkin. 3 votes, Wangaratta Rovers, Tyler Roos. Albury versus Lavington Panthers. 1 vote, Albury, Jacob Page. 2 votes, Albury, Alex Jones. 3 votes, Albury, Fletcher Carroll. Wangaratta versus North Albury. 1 vote, Wangaratta, Callum Moore. 2 votes, Wangaratta, Matt Kelly. 3 votes, Wangaratta, Michael Newton. Myrtleford versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Myrtleford, Dawson Simpson. 3 votes, Wodonga, Oscar Wilding. 3 votes, Myrtleford, Matt Dusson.
Round 7 of the SSNA Ovens and Murray kicked off back in March with the season opener of 2021.
Too far out to score towards the top
In a
of the
tight contest early, Yarrawonga recruit Harry Haley got the Pigeons off to a cracking start.
Kick this one.
But the Albury Tigers had too much polish up forward. Boom recruit Jeff Garlick
Across the body, Jeffy goes.
opening his account in yellow and black. And the Tigers of old were back to their best.
By O'Hara. Made light work.
Albury running away with a 94-point win to start their season.
To the trusted left boot. Brandon O'Hara with a
Fast forward to the 15th of May, the Roos hosted the Raiders in a low-scoring affair. The favourite son of the Birrelea Park proved the difference between the two sides.
And the Raiders are home.
North Albury hosted Lavington at Button Park, with the Panthers looking to bounce back from a slow start to the season. Aidan Johnson booted 5, but AB McKinlay stole the show with 8 majors. Bathed in sunshine, Martin Park was the venue for the clash between the Dogs and the Pies, with Juice Newton kicking 5. But once again, Abraham Anchors stole the headlines with 3 goals and another best on-ground performance. The Wangaratta Rovers hosted Myrtleford in blustery conditions at the WJ Finlay Oval. Rovers big man Ed Damon was instrumental, getting the Rovers off to a cracking start.
Gets around one, he pops it to the top of the goal square, and he pops it through. A steal line goal today from Big Ed Damon. A hot start for the Wangaratta Rovers.
Darren Creswell's men running away with a 17-point win to wrap up round 7 of the SSNA Ovens and Murray.
Marklew goes backwards, finds a teammate, and Allen looks to centre the football. It's Damon. Beautiful kick. Damon marks 45 metres out, slide angle on the big man. The big ruckman has started forward. He's going to have his second shot in under a minute. That was really good play, really good composure from Sammy Allen. He could have played it away for his own, but he popped that one up to look at his face under Damon.
Round 7, Wodonga Raiders versus Corowa. 1 vote, Wodonga Raiders, Bradley St John. 2 votes, Corowa, Charlie Nastasi. 3 votes, Wodonga Raiders, Jyden Nagel. Lavington Panthers versus North Albury. 1 vote, Lavington, Marty Brennan. 2 votes, Lavington, Andrew McKinlay. 3 votes, Lavington, Nico Sedgwick. Wodonga Raiders versus Wangaratta Rovers versus Myrtleford. 1 vote, Wangaratta Rovers, Ed Damon. 2 votes, Wangaratta Rovers, Tyson Hartwig. 3 votes, Wangaratta Rovers, Dylan Stone. Wangaratta versus Wodonga. 1 vote, Wodonga, Tom Johnson. 2 votes, Wangaratta, Matt Kelly. 3 votes, Wangaratta, Callum Moore.
Follow
Following a COVID-19 lockdown, we return to round 8 on Saturday, June the 12th. In an SSNA Ovens and Murray first, the competition played 2 senior games of football back-to-back in what was dubbed the Festival of Footy and Netball on Super Saturday at the Lavington Sports Ground. The Panthers locked horns with the Dogs in miserable conditions, with Ethan Redcliffe kicking 3.
Redcliffe, 25 from home, deep in the pocket. Redcliffe, get goal.
Harry Jones and Mitch King, former juniors of the Dogs, joined the club on a clearance and played big roles. Aidan Johnson stamped some authority on the game for the Panthers.
Over to Johnson! Johnson takes a hanger! Big Aidan Johnson, you can see that coming from a mile away.
But it was homegrown talent and VFL star Hudson Garoni stealing the show in his first game in maroon and white in 2021, booting 7 goals in one of the best games from a forward we've seen all season, as the Dogs recorded a win for the ages.
Big grab. Oh, that man again, Garoni.
Whilst in the second game, the Wangaratta Magpies were the home side to Yarrawonga, once again at the Lavington Sports Ground. Whilst tempers flared at times,
we still have a bit of argy-bargy down here in the forward line. This game is on.
Wangaratta were dominant. Matt Kelly with 21 disposals and Joe Richards with 24 were amongst the best players for the Pies.
Fraser Ellis gets it on now to Harry Martin. Short pass, Reid.
But it was Ben Reid stealing the spotlight,
They now lead by
booting 6 majors. The Albury Tigers hosted a depleted Myrtleford outfit, with Melburnians still stuck in lockdown. The Tigers running away with an 84-point win. The Raiders ventured to Button Park in North Albury to take on the Hoppers, with big man Scott Meyer booting 4 majors while starring in the ruck. A comfortable win for the boys in red and blue. Whilst in the 5th and final game of the SSNA Ovens and Murray Round 8, Cora Rutherglen welcomed the Wangaratta Rovers to the John Ford Oval. With both clubs lacking some top-end talent, the stage was set for young Braden George to steal the spotlight, booting 4 goals, proving the difference as the Rovers ran over the top of the Roos. A massive weekend of footy in Round 8 as we welcome back the SSNA Ovens and Murray to the playing field.
Round 8, Wodonga versus Lavington. 1 vote, Lavington, Marty Brennan. 2 votes, Wodonga, Ethan Redcliffe. 3 votes, Wodonga, Hudson Garoni. Cora Rutherglen versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote, Corowa, Cade Cushert. 2 votes, Wangaratta Rovers, Raven Jolliffe. 3 votes, Wangaratta Rovers, Sam Carpenter. Wangaratta versus Yarrawonga. 1 vote, Wangaratta, Matt Kelly. 2 votes, Wangaratta, Ben Reid. 3 votes, Wangaratta, Joe Richards. Albury versus Myrtleford. 1 vote, Albury, Cameron McLeod. 2 votes, Albury, Anthony Miles. 3 votes, Albury, Sean Daly. Wodonga Raiders versus North Albury. 1 vote, Wodonga Raiders, Lachlan Flagg. 2 votes, Wodonga Raiders, Bradley St John. 3 votes, Wodonga Raiders, Jyden Nagel.
The Wangaratta Magpies hosted the Raiders on a sun-bathed Wangaratta showgrounds, with Isaac Muller dominant in the ruck and up forward for the men in red and blue. Joe Richards was in good form with 16 disposals, and the Magpies welcomed back a favourite son, Brad Melville, for his first game of 2021. Cal Moore was instrumental and dominated once being thrown into the middle of the ground. Michael Newton was in fine form, booting 5 majors as the Pies ran away with a 39-point win. Lavington hosted Yarrawonga, with Aidan Johnson getting back to his best. Lockie Howe showed his class in the ruck for the Pigeons, but it was the Panthers holding on for a crucial win at the Lavington Sports Ground. Whilst at Button Park, North Albury young gun Flynn Gardner booted 5 goals for the Hoppers. But it still wasn't enough, as the Saints kicked into top gear. Riley Sharp booted 5 goals, but it was former club captain Matty Dustin a standout for the Saints, playing across all 3 lines as the Alpine Saints ran away with a 48-point win. Cora Rutherglen ventured to Martin Park in Wodonga, with the Dogs eager to seek revenge following a loss at the start of the season. Following a hot start, the Dogs led by 26 points at the first break, with Cade Mimo popping up with 3 majors. However, Tom Goodwin was dominant in the ruck and should feature amongst the votes, even though his side suffered a 36-point loss. And in the final game of round 9 in the SSNA Ovens and Murray, the Albury Tigers hosted the Rovers in the game of the round. A low-scoring encounter, the Rovers were their own worst enemy, with the halftime scoreboard reading the Albury Tigers 4-11-35 to the Wangaratta Rovers 0-8-8. Whilst the second half had more goals and highlights, Albury co-coach Anthony Miles was instrumental. The Tigers 38-point winners to maintain their undefeated status at the conclusion of round 9 in the SSNA Ovens and Murray.
Round 9, Wangaratta versus Wodonga Raiders. 1 vote Wangaratta, Matt Kelly. 2 votes Wodonga Raiders, Isaac Muller. 3 votes Wangaratta, Abraham Ankers. Lavington Panthers versus Yarrawonga. 1 vote Lavington, Aidan Johnson. 2 votes Yarrawonga, Mark Wiley. 3 votes Lavington, Marty Brennan. Wodonga versus Corowa. 1 vote Wodonga, Reece Ritchie. 2 votes Corowa, Damien Wilson. 3 votes Wodonga, Cade Mimo. Myrtleford versus North Albury. 1 vote Myrtleford, Matt Dussin. 2 votes Myrtleford, Elijah Wales. 3 votes Myrtleford, Matt Munro. Albury versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote Albury, Jacob Conlon. 2 votes Albury, Anthony Miles. 3 votes Albury, Fletcher Carroll.
Round 10 of the SSNA Ovens and Murray saw the Wodonga Raiders play host to the Albury Tigers, with Albury taking charge in the second quarter, booting 7 unanswered goals. Jacob Conlon was 6, Anthony Miles amongst the best for the Tigers, and Braden O'Hara judged best on ground. The Albury Tigers winning with ease. At the JC Low Oval in Yarrawonga, the Pigeons were desperate to get back on the winners list, and they delivered, with Harry Haley and Lockie Howe booting 3, and the coach, Mark Wiley, standing strong in front of the home fans. The Magpies ventured to the Lavington Sports Ground to take on the Panthers. Ben Reid booting 6 goals was a standout, alongside Abraham Ankers with another best on-ground performance.
This is so clever, that is called the banana.
The Rovers stunned the Dogs by 55 points. Raven Jolliffe, one of the stars, with 5 majors in what was dubbed the most even team performance from the boys in the brown and gold in 2021. And in the final game of round 10, the Alpine Saints welcomed Corowa Rutherglen to a muddy McNamara reserve. Whilst the two sides locking horns was shaping up to be a fierce contest, the fans got more than their $12 worth as Dawson Simpson and Tom Goodwin went to work. Goodwin winning 28 hitouts and Simpson 26. Good luck trying to pick a winner on the vote card. In a game that favoured the Saints for the majority of the day, the Roos found a spark in the last quarter. Brent Rose had a chance to bring the margin back to a point.
Brent Rose starts his approach,
but he couldn't deliver. The Alpine Saints only managed 1 goal in the last quarter, but it was the one that mattered. An old-school Myrtleford win wrapped up a big round 10 of the SSNA Ovens and Murray.
Round 10, Wangaratta versus Lavington. 1 vote Wangaratta, Matt Grossman. 2 votes Wangaratta, Joe Richards. 3 votes Wangaratta, Abraham Ankers. Myrtleford versus Corowa. 1 vote Corowa, Cade Cushert. 2 votes Myrtleford, Brad Murray. 3 votes Myrtleford, Matt Munro. Wangaratta Rovers versus Wodonga. 1 vote Wangaratta Rovers, Matt Jones. 2 votes Wangaratta Rovers, Sam Murray. 3 votes Wangaratta Rovers, Sam Carpenter. Yarrawonga versus North Albury. 1 vote Yarrawonga, Connor Griffiths. 2 votes Yarrawonga, Xavier Leslie. 3 votes Yarrawonga, Mark Wiley. Albury versus Wodonga Raiders. 1 vote Albury, Sean Daly. 2 votes Albury, Jake Gaynor. 3 votes Albury, Fletcher Carroll.
Thanks, Sinkers. It certainly is shaping up, ladies and gentlemen, towards the top for the 2021 SSNA Morris Medal. Let's cast our eye over the leaderboard. After 10 rounds, on equal 6th position, both from Corowa Rutherglen, we have Tom Goodwin and Damo Wilson. And from the Rovers, Tyler Roos and Sam Carpenter. In 5th position, from the Wangaratta Magpies Football Club on 9 votes is Abraham Ankers. With 10 votes in 4th position from the Myrtleford Alpine Saints is Matt Munro. 3rd position with 11 votes from the Albury Tigers is Fletcher Carroll. In 2nd place on 12 votes from the Wangaratta Magpies is Cal Moore. And our leader after round 10 from the Wangaratta Magpies on 13 votes is Joe Richards of the Wangaratta Magpies Football Club. Thanks, Sinkers. It's time now to present a bit of a change in the night. Our 2021 SSNA Ovens and Murray Team of the Year. Once again, all the coaches voted and selected their side for season 2021, on which a selection panel of media representatives and former coaches from the SSNA Ovens and Murray selected the side that reads as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, from the back pocket, we start with Lockie Flagg of the Wodonga Raiders. At fullback from the Wangaratta Rovers is Tyson Hartwick. And in the back pocket from the Wangaratta Magpies is Michael Boardingyoung. The half-back line from the Yarrawonga Pigeons is Lee Masters. Centre half-back from the Myrtleford Alpine Saints is Matt Dussin. And the other half-back from the Albury Tigers is Jesse Wilson. Across the centre line, on the first wing from the Albury Tigers is Fletcher Carroll. On the other wing from the Wangaratta Magpies is Callum Moore. Ruck Rover from the Wangaratta Rovers is Tyler Roos. Rover from the Wangaratta Magpies, Abraham Ankers. The centreman from the Albury Tigers, Anthony Miles. In the ruck from Corowa Rutherglen, Tom Goodwin. Across the half-forward line, Lockie Dale from the Myrtleford Alpine Saints. At centre half-forward from the Wangaratta Magpies is Ben Reid. And on the other half-forward flank from the Wodonga Raiders is Jyden Nagel. In the forward pocket from the Wangaratta Magpies, your 2021 Doug Strang medalist Michael Newton. And joining him at full forward, the other recipient of the 2021 Doug Strang medal from the Albury Tigers is Jacob Conlon. And in the other forward pocket, one of our rising stars in 2021 from the Wodonga Bulldogs is Ethan Redcliffe. Across the interchange, we have 3 names from the Myrtleford Alpine Saints: Matt Munro. From the Lavington Panthers, Marty Brennan. And from the Wangaratta Magpies, Joe Richards. The man appointed to lead the side from the Albury Tigers, the captain, is Anthony Miles. And the 2021 SSNA Ovens and Murray Coach of the Year from the Wangaratta Rovers is Darren Creswell. If Darren could join us on stage, please. After his 3rd year at the helm, Darren's absolutely transformed the Wangaratta Rovers Football Club as he joins me on stage. Darren, congratulations first and foremost, named the 2021 Coach of the Year, voted by not only your fellow coaches but also those that represent the competition. You must be thrilled.
Oh, a little bit shocked, to be honest. Clearly, what Milesy and Luke have been able to do at Albury with their program to go undefeated in all 3 grades, and obviously Sharpie's done a terrific job at Murderford, so some wonderful coaches in the comp. So it's a bit of a shock, but clearly we're on a path at Rovers. When I first took over, we sort of struggled a lot in terms of what we had there at the club, and we've brought some good players and developed some youth as well, which is really important. So I think we're on the right path. It's been really frustrating for all clubs this year with the way the season ended, but hopefully next year we can all steam ahead and get into 2022.
Casting your eyes over the side that was read out, if you could pick a player to jump ship and join you in the Rovers colours of the brown and gold, anyone in the competition, who would you be going after?
There's some really good players on there. Clearly, we don't have many forwards, so Brody Filo would be one, but he's not up there. But Braden O'Hara is a player that springs to mind. He's a match winner, and he'd be one I'd love. But Abe Anker's what a player he is. So there's a lot of wonderful players up there. But so any one of those would be pretty good for us.
Obviously, we're edging closer to awarding our 2021 Morris medalist. Who's your tip to take out the Ovens and Murray's highest honour?
Oh, I'm looking at him now. So he's had a wonderful year, Fletch. So great player. He's cut up us a few times, but Ruzi and Anker's had great years as well. So the beauty about our comp at the moment, I think we're the envy of a lot of leagues in around metropolitan footy and country footy. There's some wonderful coaches, and Blavey have just got little Schnitz, who I played with at Swans, and there's some wonderful coaches in the league now. A lot of AFL experience, which is important. And the amount of talent coming in is just incredible. So it only holds our league in great stead, and looking forward to next year. It's the most even I've seen it. This is my 8th year now, and there's been years gone by where you turn up and you know you're going to win, but certainly that's not the case anymore, which is great. And David and Funky have done a terrific job, and I think it's going to be a really exciting year ahead.
Many thought midway through this season, Kreza, that it might be your last at the helm of the Rovers. It's not the case. You're going around one more time.
Oh, who knows? My young fella just got a scholarship at Wesley College in Melbourne. He's a 15-year-old boy, so I'll get down and watch him a bit this year. So it looks like I'm going to be around. He's in year 10 next year, so could be around for another 3. But I'm really thankful for the opportunity I've been given at Rovers. Great club, great people. Barry and the bus driver and the train driver, and Wally and Wendy. We've just got a great board. We've got a great feel there, and great club, good people, and that's what you want to be around, and that's what we're building. We've got some great young kids coming through. Young McCarthy, who was in the thirds before, he'll play a lot of senior footy this year. He's got enormous footy acumen, and we're going to develop some kids, and who knows what's in front of us, but it's really exciting times.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. The 2021 Coach of the Year, Darren Creswell.
Thanks, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have another quick break. Grab a drink, go to the bathroom. On the other side of the break, we will declare our 2021 SSNA Ovens and Murray Morris medalist. Back soon.
G'day, I'm Kev Polton. Bright has certainly changed since my family moved here almost 40 years ago. My old school's in Albury though, they look mostly the same. I got married right here, and this is where our 5 kids were born. These days, I spend a lot of time here. No matter where you live, we all call this region home. And now, together with Kylie King, I get to share your stories. So join us, Kylie and Kev, for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a mouth-watering Scotch fillet served with your choice of sides and sauce from just $25. Or use your Dine and Discover voucher, all at Social Dining and Bar at the SSNA.
Rule 1. No internet searching.
With new Optus Pause, you can pause your mobile and home Wi-Fi connections with one touch and make the most of moments that matter. It starts with yes.
Drag it, drop it, crop it, play it, write it, paste it, and erase it. Drag
Need a computer that won't crash? Need your Wi-Fi turbocharged? Need better data backup? Whatever you need your computer to do, Wangaratta Computers will help you do it better. Because that's what we do best. And we can do it in-store or at your home. So get your tech working better at wangarattacomputers.com.au.
Write it, space it, and erase it.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SSNA.
Hi, I'm Kylie King. I first fell in love with this region as the Prime News sports presenter. Sometimes this feels like my second home. I love our historic towns and vibrant cities, our passion for sport, and of course the people who make it special. And now I get to share what's important in our region with Kev Polton. So join us, Kylie and Kev for breakfast, weekday mornings from 6 on 2AY and 3NE.
Yes, well, we are 10 rounds in. Chris, ode to the OMFNL Live Morris Medal count. Joe Richards leading on 13, exciting count so far, but we are joined by the man who was just up on the stage, Darren Creswell, coach of the Wangaratta Rovers, coach of the team of the year, probably your biggest accolade of your life, wouldn't it be, Cresa?
Oh, look, it's really important for our club, clearly, because if you all remember back in 2018, and I was coaching Raiders, so they didn't win a game, and I think we played them once down there at WJ Finlay Oval, and it was 190 to 20. So we've come a long way as a footy club, and this is all about our players as well, and our board and our committee about what we're building there, and everyone's part of this. So it's an important little accolade in where we're going. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity to do that.
We're really lucky to have you in the competition, mate, and for a few years now, but you said there might be a few more years to come. You mentioned 3 more years, but I'll leave that to you. We're hoping to keep you, obviously.
Oh, well, Jake's my oldest boy, but Joshua just got a scholarship at Wesley, a footy scholarship, so he's in year 10 next year, so he's there for 3 years. So who knows what's going to happen. I'll still be involved heavily at Rovers because I love the club. It's a great place to be. But certainly I'll be around the place for the next 3 years, whether that's senior coach or what it might be, look like. I'll be around in some capacity.
Fantastic. Obviously, you had an amazing year this year with the Rovers. You sort of finished 6th, I think, in 2019 and almost snuck into the 5. You were clearly a top 3 side this year and you built a really good core foundation. Unfortunately, you weren't able to get your best players at the right end of the year, but you're obviously building something pretty special, so you want to stick around for a little bit.
Yeah, 2019 was different. It was about changing habits and teaching them some intensity and how to train, and that really flowed onto the footy ground. This year we brought some recruits in, and some high-profile recruits in Ruzi and etc. And Paul was part of that. But we sort of knocked about a bit with the COVID rules with what happened. And
Sydney fellas,
in
Queensland.
the end, our kids got exposure, and that's important too. So. It was probably never going to happen near the end with terms of what happened, so we're really pleased with what we're able to do this year. I think it's going to help us next year, and we're bringing in some talent. We're going to lose a few, like every club does, whether we go down the Gold Coast experiment again. But certainly what we're bringing in, we're really happy with, and we think we're going to have a strong list. But then every other club's in the same boat. But we're really confident in our program and what we're delivering on, and. We've got Chris Nation on board, ex-Richmond, as a midfield coach. And having Chris and Bruzy and then only coaching staff, there's not too many more better than that. So,
and yourself?
Yeah, it just makes it a bit easier, and the players really sort of get excited about that, so it's important.
Tyler Roos had a great season, but Fletcher Carroll and Joey Richards are right up there in the vote count. Who wins from here in your eyes?
Well, I'd love to see Tyler win it. Tyler was a gun player.
Only played the 8 games though.
What a player, his work rate. I spoke to the Garland who works for me, he's captain Levy, and he couldn't believe his work rate. He's an enormous player. How he's not playing AFL footy is beyond me, so hopefully he gets that opportunity, and he's signed for next year, which is important. But I think Abe Hankers has had a great year, but I think Fletcher will probably go on and win from here. He's good on him. He's cut us up a couple of times, and they've got a strong footy program and 2 really good coaches. So I think Fletcher will win.
There we go. Fletcher is Cresa's tip. Thanks a lot, mate, for joining us. Best of luck with the Rovers in 2022. We know you're brewing some big things there at the Rovers, mate, so best of luck. We can't wait to catch up with you again next year.
Yeah, thanks, boys. I just want to say thanks to the club. Great support, like Wendy and our board, and Damien Sexton is a good mate of mine who supports me as well, so thanks a lot.
Good on you, Cresa. Thanks a lot, mate. Perfect. Good man. We'll catch you up with you a little bit later on in the night. I think Fletcher Carroll might be waiting outside for us, Chriso, but as we said, he's on, I think, hot up on the tail, about 11 votes, I think he is. We've got Joe Richards as well on 13 votes. Cal Moore's up there, Abe Ankers. So it's shaping up to be a pretty important little count here.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wires, and there's only 13 games as well. So, yeah, you'd think it'd probably come out of that Fletcher or one of the main boys as well from him.
What about Tommy Goodwin as a ruckman, Kreza, as well? I think he was on 7 votes after 3 rounds.
I didn't play against Tommy, but clearly he's a tough boy to play. Actually played against his old man. He used to go all right, so he was a tough boy like Tommy too, but he'll be right up there. And like Sider won it a few years ago, they're really important to your team.
If you could pick one player from the opposition out of anyone, who would you pick to join the Rovers? Braden, even though he's sort of nearly over the hill.
There's 2 match winners that I've seen in the Ovens and Murray. Players who take the game away really quickly from opposition, and that's Brody Follow and Braden. They kick multiple goals quickly, and he's another player, who can play AFL footy, I think. From what I've seen, he's a class player, so they'd be too.
Perfect, there we go. And obviously, Brody Follow, it'd be great to have him back in the competition as well. Chris, so of course, 2018 winner at Crest. We'll let you get back to it, mate. Thank you very much, mate. Good man.
Thanks a lot.
Champion.
That's good.
It's shaping up to be a very, very, very
it's going to come down to the wire, isn't it?
And
who do you think gets it from here?
Well, Joe Richards is leading at the minute, isn't he? And he's had a couple of
my big
games.
Pre-count to win it tonight. But yeah, I just feel it's just going to be hard for a Wayne player to win. Yep. Obviously, Cal Moore has polled, I think, three vote games as well. So yeah, you can't count him out either.
I think Cal Moore kicked 9 goals against North Albury, only polled the 1 vote, Chris.
Yeah, well, Juice did have a chance. He wasn't salty at all, was he?
Kicked 6 in the last quarter, Juice, and polled the 3 votes.
He said he didn't get a touch before then. So no, Juice was a bit stiff, I think, with the umpires in that regard. But flashy players get the votes sometimes.
They do indeed. Fletch Carroll. Abe Ankers is back on 9 votes, Chriso, with only the 3 rounds left. So he's going to have to poll a couple of 3-vote games to finish pretty strong.
And if there's anyone can do it, it's Abe Ankers, isn't he? He's such a flashy, high-class player. He doesn't have to get 20, 25, 30 touches a game to impact the contest, I think. So, yeah, if anyone can get a few 3-vote games, it's him. But, yeah, he's got work cut out at the moment.
And can anyone come from the clouds here and go 3-3-3?
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, I can't even remember the last 3 games of the season. Do you?
No.
It feels like a lot last year.
Rather than upset the Rovers.
Well, that was a fantastic game. And the Cam Wilson and Dane Wilson. I did say the umpires might get them mixed up a few times, but great to see them polling well tonight. But yeah, it's anyone's guess, really. It's a nice open account. We might have a smoky. It's a season of firsts. We had no crowds. We had crowds. We had some players from Melbourne could play, some couldn't. Yeah, it's been incredible. So tonight might be something a bit different as well.
Could have a tie. We're going to go right now and find out who is going to be your 2021 O&M Morris medalist. Thanks so much for joining us, and stick around on the live stream.
Need Fletcher, man. No, poor Fletcher.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could make your way back to your seats. We'll conclude our evening. There are 3 rounds to go, ladies and gentlemen. We'd greatly appreciate if you can keep your conversations to a minimum. As people in the back of the room make their way towards their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, with 3 rounds to go in the 2021 SSNA Ovens and Murray Morris medal, things are really starting to shape up towards the top. With 3 rounds to go, we'd appreciate if you can keep your chitter-chat to a minimum. There'll be plenty of time for that at the back end of this evening as we welcome back the chairman of the SSNA Ovens and Murray, Mr. David Sinclair, to read the final 3 rounds of votes.
Round 11 of the SSNA Ovens and Murray had some pretty close encounters. The Raiders had a 10-point win over Yarrawonga, with Connor Newton proving the difference, booting 6 majors. The Albury Tigers survived their biggest scare of the season from the Wodonga Bulldogs, with Wodonga coach Jordan Taylor missing a set shot on the siren that would have gifted the Dogs the biggest win of the year. The Tigers holding on by 3 points. North Albury came to play against the Roos at Button Park. Julian Hayes had 34 for the Hoppers, but it was the Roos who held on, led by Cam Wilson with 36 touches. and Darcy Melksham 3 goals and a best on ground performance. Myrtleford ventured to the Lavington Sports Ground, and led by Matt Munro, the Saints had a crucial win, running away in the second half to take all 4 points. Whilst on Sunday, a muddy Wangaratta Showgrounds was the venue for the second Wang Derby of 2021. Whilst the conditions didn't suit high-quality football, the big men of the Magpies found a way.
You bet they can. Benny Reid likes that one.
Mark Anderson showed his class in front of goal.
Anderson to the top of the goal square, bounces over the top.
And when Dean Stone threw Cal Moore to the wing, the big man took the game into his own hands, creating attacking chances and dominating in defence. The Rovers needed their big players to step up, and that Sam Murray did. 34 touches and some brilliant ball use. However, the Rovers would rue their missed opportunities in front of goal as Juice Newton sealed the deal in the last. The Magpies drawing even for 2021 as they ran away with a 35-point win to wrap up round 11 of the SSNA Ovens and Murray.
Round 11, Corowa versus North Albury. 1 vote North Albury, Julian Hayes. 2 votes Corowa, Tom Goodwin. 3 votes Corowa, Damien Wilson. Myrtleford versus Lavington Panthers. 1 vote Lavington, Marty Brennan. 2 votes Myrtleford, Lockie Dale. 3 votes Myrtleford, Dawson Simpson. Wodonga Raiders versus Yarrawonga. 1 vote Wodonga Raiders, Connor Newnham. 2 votes Yarrawonga, Lee Masters. 3 votes Wodonga Raiders, Max Beattie. Albury versus Wodonga. 1 vote Albury, Jesse Wilson. 2 votes Wodonga, Adam Jorgensen. 3 votes Albury, Fletcher Carroll. Wangaratta versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote Wangaratta Rovers, Sam Murray. 2 votes Wangaratta, Matt Kelly. 3 votes Wangaratta, Callum Moore.
Round 12 of the SSNA Ovens and Murray had a special feel to it, as North Albury and the Albury Tigers faced off in the inaugural Indigenous game at the Albury Sports Ground. And it was only fitting that Albury's Jeff Garlett stole the headlines with 2 goals and a best on ground performance. At the John Ford Oval in Corowa, the Magpies were emphatic with a 75-point win over the Roos. Abraham Anchors a clear best on ground performance that included 2 majors. The Lavington Panthers ventured to the WJ Finlay Oval looking to bounce back from their season opener defeat. Darcy Smith starred on debut for the Panthers.
Go short, Smith! Here comes Smith.
With 2 goals in the first quarter. But in true Rovers fashion, they would never give in.
Gaston the Frenchman. He marks.
The Frenchman, Shane Gaston, levelled the scores halfway through the last.
Scores a hard time once again in this last quarter.
Before Jack Gerrish let loose on the wing.
And 2 bounces. He's going to have his 3rd. Gerrish runs in, goes short, kick on the way, and he's found.
The Rovers holding on in the classic.
Great finish.
Myrtleford held off a gallant and determined Yarrawonga, who would not let go all day. Myrtleford needed to dig deep to hang on at home. The Saints by 19 points. And in the final game of round 12, the second edition of the Wodonga Derby for 2021 was one for the ages. A favourite son of the kennel made a statement early in the final quarter.
To get deep inside 50, get into him, Newton to the space.
The Raiders had their chances.
Isaac Muller directly in front and he's missed.
And in a game that had it all, the stage was set.
Here comes the skipper, inside forward 50.
Over to you, Joffa.
Can he get the sit in towards space?
Good luck topping that. Round 12 of the SSNA Ovens and Murray.
Round 12, Wangaratta versus Corowa. 1 vote Wangaratta, Dane Porter. 2 votes Wangaratta, Callum Moore. 3 votes Wangaratta, Abraham Anchors. Wangaratta Rovers versus Lavington. 1 vote Wangaratta Rovers, Sam Carpenter. 2 votes Lavington, Brant Dixon. 3 votes Wangaratta Rovers, Tyler Roos. Myrtleford versus Yarrawonga, 1 vote Myrtleford, Dawson Simpson. 2 votes Myrtleford, Matt Munro. 3 votes Myrtleford, Lockie Dale. Wodonga Raiders versus Wodonga, 1 vote Wodonga Raiders, Max Glass. 2 votes Wodonga, Josh Matthey. 3 votes Wodonga, Adam Jorgensen. Albury versus North Albury, 1 vote Albury, Riley Bice. 2 votes Albury, Jacob Conlon. 3 votes Albury, Sean Daly.
Round 17, the return of the SSNA Ovens and Murray from a 5-week hiatus. With no crowds permitted to attend games, this was just the beginning of the story.
O&M footy back. We don't know when. We will be back after this weekend. As Gus McLeod just said, breaking news, regional New South Wales will go into a full lockdown from 5 p.m. tonight.
But as always, the show goes on. Makahallo stepped up to the plate.
In a panic of space, he's 70 from home. He takes a bounce. Now he's 50 from home. Steady up, young fella.
Kai Davies had some friendly fire.
Oh, no, what happened there?
Returning from VFL duties, Hudson Garoni booted 7 for the Dogs.
Ground level. Garoni on the left to snap to Sunday Golden.
But led by Marty Brennan, it was Lavington who held on.
Steam train. He got a hand pass to Davies. Hurry kick out the back.
The Panthers securing a 9-point win.
43.
Yarrawonga welcomed Wangaratta to the JC Low Oval, and right on cue, Abraham Anchors firmed his favourite for the Morris Medal with 5 goals and another best on-ground performance. The Raiders survived an early scare from North Albury. Despite being goalless at half-time, the Hoppers were gallant in defeat. The Raiders securing a 46-point win. The Albury Tigers ventured to Myrtleford when lightning struck twice for the Alpine Saints. The second clash between the two sides for the year, with Melburnians unable to partake in the contest. Jeff Garlett was at his brilliant best with 9 majors as the Tigers secured a 90-point win. And finally, the Rovers welcomed the Roos to the WJ Finlay Oval in Wangaratta.
He breaks the 50-metre
And it was game on.
Spins and hands it around, kicking inside 50.
Early in the last quarter, the Rovers called upon some familiar names to regain the lead, albeit by a sole point. But the Roos wouldn't give up that easy.
Kick is okay.
Hayden Filipponi squared the ledger. Trailing by 9 points with 2 minutes on the clock, the Rovers needed a goal. Enter Toby Murray.
I know what's happening. Murray comes in and he kicks the goal. 15 seconds, lads.
Sam Carpenter had the last roll of the dice for the Rovers.
He found Gaston by his elbow in the back on George. One of them needs Drop what he probably would have taken if it was early in the day. They're going to get it back.
As the final siren sounded, pure jubilation for Peter German and Corowa Rutherglen, a win for the ages. And little did we know, that would be all she wrote for season 2021 in the SSNA, Ovens and Murray.
Round 17. Lavington Panthers versus Wodonga. 1 vote Lavington Panthers, Marty Brennan. 2 votes Wodonga, Hudson Garoni. 3 votes Lavington, McLean Hellos. Corowa versus Wangaratta Rovers. 1 vote Corowa, Hayden Filipponi. 2 votes Wangaratta Rovers, Raven Jolliffe. 3 votes Corowa, Cameron Wilson. Wodonga Raiders versus North Albury. 1 vote Wodonga Raiders, Isaac Muller. 2 votes Wodonga Raiders, Tom Brasher. 3 votes Wodonga Raiders, Jared Hodgkin. Albury versus Myrtleford. 1 vote Albury, Fletcher Carroll. 2 votes Albury, Jake Gaynor. 3 votes Albury, Riley Bice. Wangaratta versus Yarrawonga. 1 vote Wangaratta, Matt Grossman. 2 votes Wangaratta, Abraham Anchors. 3 votes, Wangaratta, Joe Richards.
Thanks, Sinkers. I'd like to call upon David Morris to come up on stage from Morris Wines, but also representing the Morris family tonight, in which the highest individual honour for a footballer in the SSNA Ovens and Murray, the Morris Medal, is awarded. The final leaderboard is as follows. In 5th position from the Myrtleford Alpine Saints, Matt Munro. In 4th position from the Wangaratta Magpies, Abraham Ankers. In 3rd position with 15 votes from the Albury Tigers, Fletcher Carroll. In 2nd position with 16 votes from the Wangaratta Magpies, Joe Richards. And finally, our winner, the 2021 Morris medalist, with 17 votes from the Wangaratta Magpies Football Club, is Callum Moore. From the Wangaratta Magpies, your 2021 Morris medalist is Cal Moore.
Pumps the ball, 25. Oh, went high and took an absolute beauty. Cal Moore.
Dubbed the most versatile player in the competition, it's so rare to find a player who can play every position on the park. Blessed with blistering pace and acceleration that's matched with poise and polish.
Calmore obviously in the ruck now, so it could be something to look out for.
As Calmore breaks away from this tackle.
With the ability to win his own footy, Cal takes the game into his own hands.
Richards links up with Anderson for the Rovers and they're away with Calmore. Handball back from Leach, back to Moore. Moore, right foot kick inside forward 50.
The ability to create chances in the most difficult circumstances.
Richards, Calmore busts through the pack.
From the ruck to ruck rover. From intercept defender.
As Calmore intercepts for the Magpies, chip kick in towards space.
To dominant forward.
Here he is, Calmore puts the chest on times at hard. We think you can't take me. It's more goal. Calmore.
These are the qualities that make a brilliant footballer. These are the qualities of a Morris medalist.
He says it is on for more. Here comes through Calmore. He's separated.
With 17 votes, polling in 8 out of a possible 11 games, including 3 best on-ground performances, Cal dominated in the rain, the hail and the shine. Standing up in the biggest moments, facing the toughest of tasks, and taking players, coaches and fans along for the exciting journey. Please welcome the 2021 Morris medalist from the Wangaratta Magpies, Callum Moore.
Moore is the 2021 Morris medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please be upstanding and join me in a toast? From the Wangaratta Magpies, your 2021 Morris medalist is Cal Moore. First and foremost, Cal, congratulations. Your first year in the SSNA Ovens and Murray, and you've been claimed its highest honour.
Yeah, no, I'm extremely honoured to win this prestigious award. Couldn't be done without the boys and the support I've had from the Wangaratta Football Club behind me. To be honest, this is my first award, so very honoured.
I still remember when I found out you signed at the Wangaratta Magpies. I was having lunch with Ben Reid downstairs and a text message come through from Toni, and he was over the moon to tell me, and I said, Reedy, there's your first mistake. You never tell someone in the media about a signing straight away before the club knows. But no one was more excited than myself and then the whole competition when we found out a player of your calibre straight off an AFL pre-season was coming to our competition, our great competition, the SSNA Ovens and Murray. And I suppose the question I want to ask is, why Wangaratta?
My good friend Mark Anderson actually told me to, he's sitting over there, my lovely date. Can you stand up? He's pretty short, you might not see him. He persuaded me to come across. Look, I thought I didn't want to go to a VFL club. I wanted to go across and enjoy my footy outside of being in the system. And Wangaratta actually showed me that, it's a great culture and a great football club there. So I thought, let's get out of the metro region and enjoy my footy in the country league.
You were named on the wing in our Ovens and Murray Team of the Year, and casting our eyes across the selection panel, you were named in every single line by your opposition coaches. Where do you think you play your best footy? Because as a coach, as a commentator and as a fan, I think we'd love to have 5 different versions of you, one in every position.
Yeah, look, I don't understand why I'm on the wing. I think I played wing the last 3 games. But, yeah, look, I'm a bit of a role player. I like to play wherever the ball is. I like to play my position in the ruck, but wherever it can help the team out, I'm happy to play, and I just love coming back to this club and enjoying the game.
Lastly, I want to mention something that we saw on some of the photos. You have your wrist strap for every game, and you've got a message written on your wrists in Maori, which you have a proud Maori heritage and culture. Talk us through what you've got written on your wrists when you run out to play and what that means to your football.
Yeah, so something that when I've been drafted, I've always taped my wrist up and wrote the words kia kaha, which is I come from a Māori background. Both parents are from New Zealand, so those words mean be strong, push through the tough times. So every time I'm down, I'm sore, I look at my wrist, I tap my wrist twice, hit that, it puts me back up and gets me ready for the next effort.
Cal, I'm sure there's a few people you'd like to thank.
Oh, geez, I'm going to keep this short, sharp and sweet. I don't like talking too much. But to the Wangaratta Football Club, I thank you guys for welcoming me, coming up on such short notice. You've welcomed me with open arms. It's such a great football club. To my family who are watching, my old man's told me to give him a shout out. He's probably got his feet up and shepherding around a fire with a few stubbies, so he's probably pissed by now. But shout out to you, mate. To my mum back home, to my beautiful sister, my brother, Hamish, they're all watching. It's a credit to you guys. Thanks you for supporting me through these. It was a tough time back end of the year through the hub, but it's all blossoming now. So thank you guys for everything and all the support through the year.
Polling in 8 games out of a possible 11 that Cal played, with 17 votes. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 2021 Morris medalist, Callum Moore. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the SSNA Ovens and Murray, that wraps up the formalities for tonight. A big shout out to everyone here at the club, the SSNA, for putting on such a brilliant event. To Travis Cartwright and Logan Cartwright from Cartwright Productions for filming tonight's proceedings. To Luke Chilcott from Wangaratta Computers for putting the live stream together, and Ross from Albury Sound and Lighting. And finally to Craig Miller from the SSNA Ovens and Murray. I think this has hands down been the best Morris medal in a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, put your hands together for the 2021 Morris medalist, Callum Moore.